Participants, please hold up. 10 minutes of practice is over. Once again, a quick reminder, only 3 bowling balls per bowler allowed in the bowler's area. Spectators will send them off with a big round of applause. Athletes, you may begin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Bowl TV. This is Matt Canizaro alongside the ever-talented Aaron Smith, and we are getting comfortable for 3 days of intense NCAA competition here at the 2018 Prairie View A&M Invitational. We are at the ITRC, the International Training and Research Center here in Arlington, Texas. It's the home of Team USA officially, and a great tool for all USBC members. And this weekend, we welcome some of the best female collegiate bowlers in the world. We've got 12 teams competing at this year's Prairie View A&M Invitational. We'll have all the details for you as things get going. Our featured pairs this weekend at the ITRC lanes 9 and 10, 11 and 12. So we'll have the introduction of the teams, the roster, the details, the rankings, and more. Aaron Smith did his homework coming in to the event. Here in our featured pairs, this round we have Sacred Heart and Louisiana Tech on lanes 9 and 10, and 11 and 12 is McKendree and Vanderbilt, two NCAA powerhouses for sure, facing off here early in this event. The way today will work will be five game Baker matches. So again, five game matches. And then the teams will switch lanes and opponents. And the way that will work is each match will count towards the team's overall records for the season. And then at the end of Baker competition today and our traditional games the rest of the way, total pinfall will determine the seeding for the brackets that will help conclude this year's event and crown our champion here at the ITRC. So a little bit confusing, but we'll be here to guide you through as things unfold. Again, right now today, five game Baker matches. Sacred Heart, Louisiana Tech, two first-time participants here at this event, and then McKendree and Vanderbilt doing battle. Vanderbilt won this event back in 2012, the inaugural edition, and then it's been all Nebraska in the years since. So 5-time defending champion. The Cornhuskers are here and ready to put that title on the line. They've always seemed to find a way, no matter where they qualified, heading into that final day of competition. So we'll see if they can hang on and make it 6 in a row. But probably the most talented field we've seen here at this event in the few years. So looking forward to seeing what these teams have in store for us. Among the participating teams, we mentioned McKendree. It's our defending NCAA national champions. Also here, Sam Houston State, 2014 NCAA champion. Maryland Eastern Shore, 3-time NCAA champ. Mentioned Nebraska, longtime powerhouse in collegiate bowling. 5 national titles. Vanderbilt won in 2007. Stephen F. Austin, the 2016 national champion. Fairleigh Dickinson, 2006 and 2010. And also in the field, Arkansas State, Louisiana Tech, North Carolina A&T, Sacred Heart, and of course our host, Prairie View A&M. So some great players. We've got a mix of Team USA experience here as well, and some of our coaches even have worked their way through the ranks. Junior Team USA, collegiate bowling, and now on to leading these talented young ladies. The future for the sports. So that is the quick rundown, and I know Aaron Smith is chock full of stats and information, but we'll be here for a long weekend. So sit back and enjoy as you get ready for the Super Bowl. You get to watch some Super Bowling here at the ITRC. And once we get situated here, we'll get you more details. Learn about the oil pattern being used this weekend, the type of oil, and of course, talk a little bit about this great facility here, the ITRC. Some terrific tools and opportunities for bowlers to improve their games. And some quick background on the teams participating from the December National 10-Pin Coaches Association poll. Nebraska, the #1 ranked team in the country. McKendree, #2. Arkansas State, #3. Sam Houston, #5. Vanderbilt, 6. Stephen F. Austin, 7. Maryland Eastern Shore, ranked 8th. Fairleigh Dickinson, 10th. Sacred Heart, #12. North Carolina A&T, #17. Louisiana Tech, #19. And Prairie View A&M, #25 in the December poll. Each of these matches will help the teams with their overall season record, and those records go into determining the teams that will advance to the NCAA championship. So a lot on the line, of course, along with the 2018 Prairie View A&M Invitational title and trophy. So these teams have the big picture in the back of their minds, and each match very important as well. 5 games. Total pinfall will determine the winners in these Baker matches, and add in the 6 traditional games coming up the rest of the weekend. Each team will face every team in the field one time. Game 1 just about to conclude here on our featured pairs, lanes 9 through 12 at the ITRC. String of strikes for Sacred Heart here in the opening game. Comes to an end with a 6 count. But a huge advantage here in game 1. Pioneers finish with a 210. And best Louisiana Tech can do 176. And over on 11 and 12, McKendree and Vandy now in the 10th frame. Split in the 10th for Vanderbilt will give the advantage to McKendree, potentially. Vandy takes 1, finishes with 191. And McKendree, regardless of this spare attempt, have a slight advantage now, 193, 191. Going into game number 2, teams will switch lanes. And 176 with all 3 in the 10th for Louisiana Tech. Team's not wasting any time getting game 2 started. We'll have 25 Baker games today, 5 5-game Baker matches. We appreciate everybody dropping in here on Bowl TV. We will be here throughout the day today. We'll have 5 traditional games tomorrow. We'll be here for that too. And then we'll wrap things up with our exciting best of 7 Baker matches on Sunday afternoon, just in time to switch gears, of course, for that other big event happening this weekend. So we're glad to give you something to do in the meantime. If you're new to Bowl TV, remember to subscribe so you'll always know when something cool is happening or when the new video is posted. A lot of great content coming your way here in 2018, so don't miss out on that. Subscribe to Bowl TV now. So Aaron Smith taking care of the updates. You can see pinfall totals through game number 1, Sacred Heart with the advantage over Louisiana Tech, and 2 pins separating McKendree and Vanderbilt. Definitely very cool to experience. Events like the Prairie View A&M Invitational we get a chance to see. And all the different formats that are used in NCAA competition. 5-player Baker format. Each player bowls 2 frames to complete 1 game. And of course, in the traditional format, all 5 players bowl the complete game. And then the best of 7 certainly makes things even more exciting. And we've had some pretty entertaining final matches over the last few years, and looking forward to the potential here in 2018. Now that Aaron Smith is settled in, again, as I told you, he has done his homework. He knows far more about NCAA bowling and some of these players and coaches than anybody. So,
whoa.
Welcome in.
Hi, Matt. And hello to everybody tuning in here on Bowl TV. We appreciate you stopping by, and we hope to see you all weekend. As Matt said, that other game can wait. This is the place to be. This is the real Super Bowl going on here at the ITRC. So, Matt, you know, you mentioned arguably the strongest field we've seen here at the Prairie View in its 6 years, and we have some new teams, Sacred Heart and Louisiana Tech, over on 9 and 10. They may have competed in the past, but definitely not in the past few years, at least since I've been a part of it. So it's good to see them out here. Both these teams up and coming. Louisiana Tech, their anchor bowler, Kaylin Eater, just earned a spot on Junior Team USA. So we saw her throw 3 strikes in the 10th. And of course, 2 powerhouses on 11 and 12. Vanderbilt won the 2012 Prairie View, 2007 NCAA champions. And of course, McKendree, who won just about everything last year, coming to see if they can get their first win here at the Prairie View.
Aaron already not disappointing with the stats, the news and the notes. Mr. Smith gets the chance to travel the United States, watching the top events. Last year got to be a part of the NCAA championship in Baton Rouge, as well as the intercollegiate team and singles championships, and most recently the Team USA trials in Las Vegas. So a lot of these players, of course, you're going to see crossing on into multiple of those events.
Yeah, that's definitely a great segue there, Matt, and couldn't have said it better myself. Obviously, we just mentioned talking about Caitlin making Junior Team USA. There's a few other Junior Team USA members competing here this week, including McKendree, well represented, Taylor Bailey and Brianna Clemmer on the junior team, and Sarah Willie stepping up to the far right of your screen, looking to clean up the 3-6-10. She earned a spot on the adult team since she had aged out of the Junior Team USA. But yes, getting to experience the NCAA championships last year, very cool experience. That was a first for me. Getting to see it works a little bit different than USBC collegiate events like the ITC, ISC, Hoosier Classic coming up on Bowl TV shortly as well. But definitely, we're not short on talented competitors here, and that was the thing that really stepped out. And we've seen it slowly here. We've just get the bits and pieces, if you will, coming and covering one event a year, but kind of getting to see them here and then getting to see the teams progress. So after a few more events, move into that off season, or not off season, postseason, excuse me, and to be able to put it all together to make a run for their team and their school definitely brings it all together, leads to plenty of excitement.
Again, this event with the unique format, as we mentioned, each match throughout the weekend will count towards the overall season record and total pinfall for the 25 Baker games and 6 traditional games. Total pinfall will determine the seeding for bracket play on Sunday. We'll have 3 brackets. If I am correct that the format has not changed, we'll have 3 brackets. The top 4 teams will be placed in one bracket, all with a chance to win the actual event. And then teams 5 through 8 will be in the second bracket, and 9 through 12 will be in the final bracket. And the best you can do is finish in the highest position in your bracket. So the 4 teams will battle. Again, all matches will count towards their overall season records. And then those top 4 teams will fight for the trophy here. And then total pinfall individually for those 6 traditional games coming up Saturday and Sunday will determine the all-tournament team. So additional awards awarded to the individual standouts here at the ITRC. So a lot happening, a lot on the line. And I'd say the ultimate goal is to see if anybody can dethrone 5-time defending champion Nebraska here at the ITRC.
And I think that'll be a big talking point throughout the week. Obviously, that team and that coaching staff is second to none out there. Bill Straub, Paul Klumpa, 5-time NCAA champions, along with 5 consecutive wins here at the Prairie View. But we'll get to see a player who we've gotten to see win here every year. Really put the team on her shoulders now that she's kind of that main presence on the team. Julia Bond. No longer Liz Culkin around. Jasmine Mason also has graduated, so this is kind of transformed into Julia's Cornhusker team. So we'll get to see if she can lead her talented teammates to one more, make it 6 in a row.
And officially the oil pattern for this event, Prairie View A&M 2018 is what we're going to call it. It's a 40-foot pattern. It's like 26.7 mils, so a medium length, medium volume. And we'll see if we can't get some expert analysis on what to expect from the pattern throughout the weekend. A lot of games going to be bowled today, a lot of traffic. 25 Baker games, but we'll see how this pattern holds up.
And that's the thing we've seen early on here as well, especially on the right side. Players playing it fairly close to the track point, maybe even a little bit further right of that. Pattern has to last 25 Baker games, so want to do your best to control the moves early and creep your way in, play to your team's strengths. So look to grab that first victory out of the gates, 222 for McKendree with all 3 in the 10th, delivered by Brianna Clemmer. There's Caitlin Eder starting off the 10th for Louisiana Tech with a strike. They can get to 191. Vanderbilt gets a nice hit to kick things off. 192 their max score. Sacred Heart can get to 212. And just not quite enough on the 245. We'll finish with a 201, but we'll still hold the lead after a pair of games. Once again, each match 5 Baker games. Then teams will move on, move to a new pair, take on a new opponent. Hopes of improving that overall win-loss record for the 2017-2018 season.
All right, our flashback Friday to the 2017 event here at the ITRC. Again, it was Nebraska winning for the 5th consecutive year, taking down Vanderbilt in the championship match 4-0. And in the semifinals, it was Vanderbilt over McKendree, first-time participant. So McKendree now back for the 2nd year, looking to see or improve on last year's semifinal finish. And Nebraska defeated Arkansas State in the semifinals to get to that championship match once again. 4-3 was the score there, and it was decided by a final frame spare. So spare shooting, especially on these more challenging conditions, very, very important. And I imagine we'll see some of the best spare shooting here on Bowl TV this weekend. Over on 11 and 12 now, McKendree leading 415 to 373 after 2 games. And to our left, it is Sacred Heart 411, Louisiana Tech 356. 5-game total pinfall will determine the winner in each match. If you love Bowl TV and collegiate bowling, make sure to give a thumbs up there under your video window. Numbers don't lie, so good numbers means we'll be back at future events. Simple as that. You want it, we'll give it to you here on Bowl TV. And with that, game 3 underway on both featured pairs, lanes 9 through 12 here at the International Training and Research Center. Sacred Heart taking on Louisiana Tech, and our defending NCAA and ITC champion McKendree taking on Vanderbilt. If you have any questions for us throughout the weekend, feel free to drop those in the chat room. We've got many resources at our disposal. We'll do our best to get those answers for you. And like always, if we don't know, we will make something up and sound convincing.
It's really what we do best.
Just say it with purpose and it will become fact. So we're here for you. We'll let the bowling speak for itself. We'll do what we can to explain what's happening as things unfold all weekend long. As Aaron mentioned, this is just a warm-up too. As him and Emil Williams Jr. will be heading off to the Hoosier Classic coming up in a couple of weeks. And that event, definitely a top-tier collegiate tournament featuring both men and women. So you see the best of the best, typically on a demanding lane condition as they wind down toward the postseason. So a lot of terrific collegiate excitement coming up here, and we're glad to bring it to you here on Bowl TV. Just dropping in, you didn't miss much. We're on game 3 of 25. Nice long day. As you wind down towards the weekend, if you're at work right now, let the boss know. We said it's okay to watch Bowl TV.
Did you let Jason Thomas know you were going to be watching Bowl TV?
Jason Thomas just walked by. He knows we're down here doing our thing, which is cool. We do the coolest thing.
So we're safe, is what you're telling me.
We are safe. However, there's nothing like watching college bowling live. So if you're in the neighborhood here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we'll be here all afternoon today, most of the day tomorrow, and again on Sunday for bracket play. Come on out. The ITRC here, right next to Cowboy Stadium, the ballpark at Arlington, home of the Rangers, Six Flags, International Bowling Museum and Hall of Fame, so no shortage of things to see and do here. But come on by. It's definitely tight quarters with all the parents and friends and family here, along with all the players. But as you can hear in the background, there's no environment like the collegiate bowling atmosphere.
It helps if you're tall too. As you mentioned, and you can kind of see it here, the players standing up, but a cool thing that a lot of them do is they actually have, most of the pairs in front of us have iPads, tablets set up, so whether they're streaming those live or they're recording for later use, or of course, obviously they want to see what went well, see what went bad throughout the week, so a lot of great opportunities here, especially on the NCAA side. But if you do stop by the ITRC this weekend, be sure to get Matt Canizaro's autograph, free of charge. You can take a selfie with him if you like, but only on his good side.
Aaron Smith, my agent in his part-time. A few extra bucks on the side, and along with studying all that college bowling is about.
It's really a fun time and a great time to be part of college bowling, continuing to grow. On the USBC Collegiate side, during the 2016-2017 season was the first time that program surpassed 200 colleges, or 200 programs, I should say. So definitely pretty exciting. As we mentioned, we talked about the ITCs, the McKendree women, one of these schools who competes on both the NCAA and ITC sides. So they're actually the defending champion in both, just the second time the school has done that. Maryland Eastern Shore back in 2000 and let's get this out, 2011.
That would be a good trivia question there, but
oh, whoops.
But it's all right. I'm sure there'll be plenty more to talk about.
Well, we have 320 people watching right now after I said that, so they will have the advantage if we attempt to use that at a later time. There's a great PWBA connection here on 11 and 12 as well. Shannon O'Keefe, the head coach of McKendree, a 6-time PWBA Tour champion and the winner of the Tour Championship last year in exciting fashion, of course. Who can forget the great roll-off between her and Liz Johnson in the semifinals before she went on to defeat Kelly Kulik in the championship match. And Vanderbilt's assistant coach, Josie Barnes, a PWBA champion and a national champion back when she was a Commodore on the lanes. Not often as a coach helping the next generation. We actually had a chance to chat with Josie before we started today, so if you don't follow the PWBA Tour on Facebook, be sure to check that out. Give that a like, a follow, whatever the kids do nowadays. Nice shot there from Vanderbilt into 7th, looking to gain some momentum as splits have plagued McKendree on 2 of the last 3 shots.
So Aaron, you did make some interesting talking points there in your last
Rant?
rant. Call it what you want. But another did you know that Shannon O'Keefe, longtime Team USA member, now 2-time national champion at McKendree as a coach, did not bowl in college. She was a top-tier softball player. Didn't start bowling really competitively until after her collegiate softball days were done, and now we see her regularly on CBS Sports Network. But now leading the Bearcats as the coach. Did not get to experience college bowling, as you mentioned. Josie Barnes did as a national champion at Vanderbilt. So just a little Shannon O'Keefe tidbit there. And also you mentioned the PWBA, the Professional Women's Bowling Association. And back when we started covering the Prairie View A&M Invitational, the PWBA was on hiatus, something that lasted from 2003 to 2015. And these talented young ladies essentially would not have had an outlet to participate in beyond college. And now, since the return of the PWBA in 2015, definitely a different world. So those players entering college the last few years will have that to strive for, which is pretty cool. And now, of course, for O'Keefe and Barnes, the chance to coach, essentially train those players who will come out of college and try to whoop up on them on the PWBA tour.
It's an interesting way of putting it.
They're teaching their future opponents all of their tricks.
Kendry is slowed down here in game number 3. Have a max score of 175 if Jessica Malott can clean up the spare here in frame 9. Vanderbilt, however, 4 in a row. So a talented sophomore from Russia, Maria Bolanova, looks to add one more. Scoring pace for Sacred Heart has slowed down a little bit on 9 and 10 after a pair of 200 games on their way to 411. They can still get to 178 this game and increase their lead against Louisiana Tech. The gentleman in the red shirt watching that first shot there. Louisiana Tech coach Matt Nantis, previously coached at Valparaiso in Indiana. Now on to a new program.
Big effort here for Vanderbilt in game number 3 to erase the deficit against McKendree. And Vandy finishes with the last 6 for 228. Best McKendree can do 175. Now Vandy back to the plus side, 601 for the first 3 games here in 2018. You're watching wire-to-wire coverage of the Prairie View A&M Invitational here on Bowl TV. Double and a 10th there for Clemmer. Again, 175 max score. So McKendree will be trailing going into game number 4. 5-game total pinfall will determine the winner in each match.
Sacred Heart cleans up the always tricky 3-9. So a chance to add an extra pin or 2 onto their advantage against Louisiana Tech.
All right, 175 for McKendree. Vanderbilt 601, 590 advantage, 11 pins separating the 2 powerhouses going into game number 4. And to our left, Louisiana Tech 163 that game, 165 for Sacred Heart. So Sacred Heart adding 2 more pins, leading 576 to 519 with 2 to go here in our opening matches. Five-time defending champ Nebraska, 1 pair to our left, trailing Sam Houston State after 3, 566 to 551, so close match there. Again, total pinfall, for the weekend will determine the seeding for bracket play. Top 4 teams will advance in one bracket with a chance to win the tournament. Teams 5 through 8 will be in a second bracket, and 9 through 12 in the final. Every team with the opportunity to bowl every round here, and then each round, each match, going toward their overall season records. And this is Matt Canizaro alongside Aaron Smith, a past collegiate standout at Purdue University. How about that? Aaron Smith, not only an expert here behind the scenes, but a collegiate superstar in his own right back in the day. If you want to check out his career, find him on collegebowling.com.
That was swell payback right there, Matt. Good job. It's okay, nobody has to do that, really.
College bowling, a terrific stepping stone, for us at least, a chance to bowl collegiately and then, of course, chase our actual career paths and able to combine the two for a career here in the bowling world. Public relations and bowling. Traveling around, and we get paid to watch bowling and tell you all about it, so does not get any better than that. So as one of our viewers already pointed out, the spare shooting so far early, a few miscues, and with this long format, total pinfall, certainly don't want to give pins away. And as they say, strike for show, spare for dough, right? That'll get you.
Well, there's no dough because this is NCAA bowling, so just.
Fair enough.
But yes.
Yes, definitely don't want to give away pins, especially in this format where only the top 4 teams will have a chance to win the tournament.
Yeah, definitely with the long formats, obviously 5 games today, 5 traditional games tomorrow, and the 1 extra game Sunday morning before we get to bracket play. Definitely a lot of bowling on this 40-foot pattern. And obviously a lot of opportunities to bounce back, but yeah, they kind of nitpick you after a while and add up when it's all said and done. And definitely don't want to look back and say, we just had a few more of those back. Because I know for sure each and every coach here, they're keeping tabs of that. They're they know who's covering their spares, filling their frames.
That's where those iPads come in handy. Again, it's like watching game film as a football player. Take a look at mechanics and see where the good things happen and where the bad things happen, and go back home and work on those things. We talked to Josie Barnes yesterday, assistant coach for Vanderbilt, and she said last semester was just pretty intense. A lot of travel, a lot of bowling going on. And this semester, a little bit less action, more time to work on things at home and breathe a little bit. Of course, Josie, also a member of Team USA and a standout on the PWBA tour, so all bowling all the time. But for these young players, of course, student athletes, School comes first. To be able to balance what it takes to be an athlete as well as a top-notch student. It's definitely challenging.
Quick question in the chat. I do know Paul, but never had the opportunity to bowl with him. I think Paul's up in Wisconsin now. Good guy right there.
All right, so just past the halfway point of game number 4 in our opening matches on our featured pair, Sacred Heart, Louisiana Tech. Sacred Heart to about a 60-pin lead after 3. Vanderbilt and McKendree, perhaps at this point, maybe at a little bit higher competitive level, and definitely not disappointing. Only 11 pins separate the two coming into game 4. And Vandy trying to increase that lead so far, doing a good job through 6 frames.
They're going to get a few more pins back, or a few more pins to add onto the lead after the open in the 7th frame. Louisiana Tech can make a little run here. Off to a nice start in game number 4. Nice shot there from Lauren Pate. Frame number 8 for McKendree. And get the Bearcats back on track. Kristen Qua delivers the strike for Vanderbilt in the 9th. Gives them a double. They still have 248 out there. With Maria getting ready to step up in the 10th. Great shot to kick off the 10th for the Commodores, but the 10-pin does not cooperate. 227 is still out there for Vandy. Big double there from Sacred Heart to gain some of the momentum back. Louisiana Tech still get to 227. Caitlin Eder gets that ball to lay off just enough. Trip the high hit. Going to be at least in the 2 teens. Max score for the Pioneers of Sacred Heart at 214. They're going to have a shot to get there, 3 in a row. For Becky Craiglin's crew. So Vanderbilt going to increase their lead heading into the final game. Sacred Heart finishes with a 2:15. Now it's 7:34. this match a little bit closer. .227 for Vanderbilt. Now at 8:28. Going to open up a 53-pin lead on the defending NCAA champions here in match 1.
Early in the weekend, but getting to the tail end of our opening matches, and you can hear the fire, the excitement. Sam Houston to our left, trying to hold off Nebraska. And we'll talk more as the week goes on about trying to maintain this energy level. 25 games doesn't, fake your games doesn't sound like they'll go on 2 frames a game, but certainly the intensity, being on your feet for all those hours, it takes a toll. And these athletes battle that with proper hydration, nutrition, where he's snacking to keep their energy levels up. It doesn't sound like a lot more than frames a game than just bowling. Get your feet for all those hours, it takes a toll. And these athletes battle that with nutrition, even the parents more into it. Of course, Aaron mentioned earlier, it's good to be tall. Parents come in, they have periscopes, they have step stools, anything to see over the crowd. It's the T jam-packed full of players and coaches. Some of the parents you'll see traveling coast to coast at every event, supporting the parents get into it, their daughters. Parents come in, they have periscopes, they have step stools, anything to see over the crowd. It's the T jam-packed full of players and coaches. Coast to coast. Every event their daughters. Game number 5 underway. Game number 5 rolling along here. Kendry starting strong before the split in the 4th frame, trying to make up sticks on Vanderbilt. 34 pins separating Louisiana Tech and Sacred Heart. And Louisiana Tech picking up 10 pins here. Cut into that deficit a little bit. Both teams open in the second frame. Sacred Heart back-to-back open frame to start. 34 pins, team number 5 here. And Louisiana Tech. All right, looks like Aaron Smith has solved our audio problems, and now you get to hear the sweet sounds once again. So our first of 5 Baker matches. We'll see who's coming up next here on our featured pairs. Let's solve our audio problems now. Once again, our first Alright, we'll continue to test our audio situation here. Aaron Smith and Matt Canizaro. Game number 5 of this 5-game Baker match coming to a close. Kendry finishes first on 11 and 12, 220, 995 total. And we're all done here on 9 and 10. Continue to test is Sacred Heart here, 930 over Louisiana Tech, 903. 930, 903. Coming to a close. Kendry finishes first, 11 and 12, 220, 995 total. And we're all done here on 9 and 10. It is Sacred Heart, 930 over Louisiana Tech, 903. 930, 903. have the right kind of sound, best kind. Sweet sounds. Sweet, 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 sweet sounds.
Okay, teams, please begin your next match.
I'm gonna go get that base so this won't fall.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like with the technical expertise of Emil Williams Jr. and the ice-cold veins patience of Aaron Smith, we are back up and running. Get you caught up on what's happening here at the 2018 Prairie View A&M Invitational in just one moment. This is Matt Canizaro here to offer what I can to this production. Apologize for any technical difficulties along the way. Swapped out some equipment here and hoping to be smooth sailing the rest of the way. Aaron Smith working on getting the scoreboards up. But right now you're watching match number 3 here at the 2018 event, the Prairie View A&M Invitational. We're at the International Training and Research Center here in Arlington, Texas, the home of Team USA and a great training facility for all USBC members. Here in our third match, we have Nebraska taking on Maryland Eastern Shore. And that's on lanes 9 and 10 here at the ITRC. Over on 11 and 12, it is Stephen F. Austin and Sam Houston State University. Today is all Baker competition. That means all 5 players. Each player will bowl 2 frames. That will complete a 10-frame game. It is 5 5-game Baker matches, and total pinfall determines who wins that match. And that win-loss will help with the team's overall record for the 17-18 season. And then total pinfall for the weekend, that includes 25 Baker games and 6 traditional games. Total pinfall will determine seeding for Sunday's bracket action. And the field of 12 teams will be divided into 3 different brackets. The top 4 teams in the first bracket will have a chance to actually win the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Teams 5, 6, 7, and 8 will be in the second bracket, and 9 through 12 in the third bracket. So a few different things on the line here at the ITRC. The individual wins and losses. That will help as the teams try to make their way to the NCAA championship. We'll have updated standings for you in just one moment. Through 2 5-game Baker matches. Again, this is our third of 5 matches for the day. Nebraska, Maryland Eastern Shore, Stephen F. Austin, and Sam Houston State. All 4 have earned NCAA championships. Taking a look at the tournament program. Get you some details. Nebraska, #1 ranked team in the country this year, winning national titles in 2004, 2005, 09, 13, and 15. Maryland Eastern Shore, 2008, 11, and 12, and in 2011 became the first team to win both the NCAA championship and the Intercollegiate Team Championship at the USBC collegiate event. Stephen F. Austin took home the title in 2016, and it was Sam Houston State back in 2014. So, arguably, the most talented field in Prairie View A&M Invitational history. Coming into the event, Nebraska ranked #1 in the country, McKendree #2, Arkansas State #3, Sam Houston State 5th, Vanderbilt #6, Stephen F. Austin #7, Maryland Eastern Shore 8, Fairleigh Dickinson 10, Sacred Heart 12, North Carolina A&T 17th, Louisiana Tech 19, and the tournament host Prairie View A&M 25th. So again, very talented field, and a chance to see all the different formats in college bowling. All Baker today, traditional games tomorrow, followed by 1 traditional game Sunday morning, and then best of 7 Baker matches to wrap things up here at the ITRC. We do appreciate everybody tuning in and for your patience as we work through some audio issues. Aaron Smith working on getting those scoreboards put up. There you go. And Stephen F. Austin working on a string of strikes here. So as we get resettled in, we hope that you guys can do the same. Plenty of action left today. Again, this is just match 3 of 5, so a lot of Baker games still on the schedule for this afternoon. And we'll have all 5 traditional games for you tomorrow, starting bright and early. And tomorrow we should be getting started right around 10:30 a.m. Eastern, so make sure to keep an eye on Bold TV, subscribe so you don't miss out on the start time and any other great videos and such that are uploaded there. And remember to follow us on Facebook and Twitter. On Facebook, the Sport of Bowling USBC, and on Twitter at USBC. And that way you'll be in touch with all of the bowling news and notes. We'll also have a recap for you each day at this year's Prairie View A&M Invitational. We'll have that on bowl.com. I'll just give you an update on who's leading. And then for tomorrow and the first game on Sunday, individual awards will be handed out for the top players in those traditional games. So again, a lot on the line, a lot of different things happening all at once. With the ultimate goal, of course, being to hoist the trophy here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Vanderbilt did so in 2012, and it has been all Nebraska ever since. Nebraska, the 5-time defending champion here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. So Nebraska, the team to beat, still the #1 team in the country. Last year it was Nebraska over Vanderbilt in the final. And the other semifinalists were Arkansas State and McKendree, a first-time participant in 2017, went on to win both national championships, NCAA and the ITC. So the red-hot McKendree Bearcats, #2 in the country, and looking for some redemption here in 2018. So I think that gets you all caught up. We'll have the standings here in just a minute. Again, total pinfall will determine the winners in each match. This is game 1 of 5. Great start by Stephen F. Austin, 279. So they're going to lead by nearly 100 pins after the opening game here. We'll have the overall standings. We'll get those to you as game 2 gets going here. But again, this is match 3 of 5 on the day. Nebraska, Maryland Eastern Shore, Stephen F. Austin, and Sam Houston State. Best Sam Houston can do here on 11 and 12 is 190 in the opener. Tough start to this match for Maryland Eastern Shore. Can get to 165. Nebraska 197 max. Alright, so smooth sailing here, looks like. Like we never had any issues at all. Thank you for sticking with us, for joining us. Tell all your friends we are back in business. Some great bowling yet to happen here, so plenty of time left. Still in the workday even, so tell your boss it's okay. Let's watch Bowl TV. End the week in style. Game 2 underway to our right. Stephen F. Austin 279, Sam Houston 189. Final shots coming up here on lanes 9 and 10. Maryland Eastern Shore will be in the 150s. Nebraska with a spare here 187. Total pinfall for the weekend. That includes 25 Baker games and 6 traditional games. Will determine the seeding for the bracket. Right now, Arkansas State leading the way 21-22. Vanderbilt 20-42. Sacred Heart 2008. McKendree 1995. Sam Houston State 1975. Stephen F. Austin 1974. Maryland Eastern Shore 1954. Louisiana Tech 1902. North Carolina A&T 1876, Fairleigh Dickinson 1865. That rounds out your top 10. I know that was a little quick and still a very long way to go. But Arkansas State setting the pace. 2-0 on the day, so for 10 Baker games, plus 122. That's a pretty solid effort. Vanderbilt is plus 42 at 1-1. So all the teams will bowl, again, 11 matches before we get to the brackets. And those wins, losses will count towards their overall season records. Arkansas State has threatened at this event. Knocked on the door in recent years and unable to break through. But could this be the year for Nebraska to be dethroned? We will see. That comes up on Sunday afternoon. just about 11 a.m. Eastern on Sunday, we'll have our bracket play. If you guys have any questions, feel free to drop those in the chat room. We'll do our best to get those answers to you, as well as follow the action here in our 5-game Baker matches. Nebraska leads Maryland Eastern Shore after 187-155, and is Stephen F. Austin 279, Sam Houston State 189. Terrific team effort by Emil Williams Jr. and Aaron Smith to keep things working, and giving me the opportunity to babble about college bowling, which is awesome. There's no environment like this, and if you enjoy it, make sure to give us a thumbs up there under your video window. And then Aaron and Emil will be back on the air here on Bowl TV in a couple of weeks there for the Hoosier Classic in Indianapolis. That'll be coming up starting February 16th. So really the best college bowlers in the nation, men and women, doing their thing in Indianapolis on a very challenging lane condition. Always a terrific event, and those teams who win there really have earned it. But we'll have that coming up for you later in the month. Right now, it's all about the ladies. NCAA action here at the ITRC all weekend long. You can follow the total pinfall, as you can see up on your scoreboard, through one game. Those totals are in the top right-hand corner. Pretty easy to follow along. Those will update after game 2 and 3 and so on. If you'd like to follow the live scoring, check the information box below your video window. You can check out how your favorite team is doing all across the ITRC. This facility, officially 16 competition lanes and 4 research lanes. So the first 16 lanes, all the same lane surface, and then 17 through 20 have different surfaces. That helps with testing balls, pins, oils, lane machines, just to see the differences on how those balls and oils and such react on different synthetic lanes, overlays, wood. So that all part of the research part of the International Training and Research Center. There's a dividing wall that can be opened up to allow for those final 2 lanes, 15 and 16, to be used, but no need here for this event. Just 12 teams, so using lanes of 1 through 12, and then 15 and 16 being used for practice for the extra players getting ready to go into the matches. If you have not checked out the ITRC, I encourage you to do so. bowlingitrc.com, and as a USBC member, this facility available. You can come and find a half day or a full day customized program to help you utilize the tools here and improve your own game. So it's very cool. Just the top of the line, best stuff in the business. Terrific coaches. Rod Ross, Lou Marquez, both USBC Gold coaches, here to help all the USBC members, and at a very reasonable cost. So you can come in and train if you're looking to become a collegiate bowler. Certainly a great way to gauge where your game is as you get ready for the college ranks. And if you're in the neighborhood right now in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, there's nothing like the college bowling environment. So come on out, check it out in person. You can hear in the background the teams cheering, and that does not stop from start to finish. It is a very high energy event, especially in the fast-paced Baker format, where everybody's just bowling 2 frames and things move along pretty quickly. Traditional play, a little bit slower with all 5 players bowling the complete game, but then we're going to wrap things up with the best of 7 matches, and then it really gets pretty wild. So that'll be Sunday afternoon. If you're nearby, come check it out on your way to your Super Bowl party or wherever you're headed. I guarantee you will not be disappointed. Sam Houston State down 90 pins after game 1. Looking to battle back here, working on a double heading into the 10th. Bearcats going to finish first. Max score 226. Stephen F. Austin, a couple frames behind, also can get to 226. So no ground being made up there just yet. Nice break there for the Lady Jacks. A little bit closer match here between Maryland Eastern Shore and Nebraska. 32 pins separating the 2 teams after game 1. Nebraska making spares here, but Maryland Eastern Shore working on a double, looking to close that gap. All right, thanks again, everybody, for joining us here on Bowl TV. Mr. Rondo, that is Shannon O'Keefe's dad, for those of you who are not familiar. Welcome back to Bowl TV. The standings are not available online. We'll have a recap for you at the end of the day. Right now, pinfall-wise, Arkansas State leading the way 21-22. Vanderbilt second, Sacred Heart third. McKendree is fourth at 1995. Sam Houston State fifth, 1975. And again, once we get to Sunday, the top 4 teams will be seeded into one bracket, 5 through 8 in another, and 9 through 12 in another. That way all the teams get to bowl each match, but only the top 4 teams Sunday afternoon will be able to win this event. So a little bit tricky, but we're here to explain it for you from wire to wire. Sam Houston State, big finish, 226. They're going to pick up some sticks on Stephen F. Austin. So 4:15 for the Bearcats after 2. And the Lady Jacks, final shot coming up, 184 max score. Maryland Eastern Shore bounces back with 222. They were down 32 coming into this game. Nebraska, best the Huskers can do is 164. If you want to watch the live scoring, there definitely is a link to that in the information box. We'll give you the standings each game. They're scrolling on the monitors here at the ITRC, and we'll have a complete recap and standings for you at the end of the day on bowl.com. Twelve teams in the field. Prairie View A&M, your host once again. This event dating back to 2012. Inaugural edition won by Vanderbilt. And then Nebraska has won the last 5. 5-time defending champ. Cornhuskers. And your standings: Arkansas State, Vanderbilt, Sacred Heart, McKendree 4th, Sam Houston State, Stephen F. Austin 6th, Maryland Eastern Shore 7th, Louisiana Tech is 8th, North Carolina A&T 9th place, Fairleigh Dickinson 10th, Nebraska 11th right now out of 12 teams, and Prairie View A&M taking that final spot. So Nebraska going to have some work to do over the next couple days. Slow start, but still plenty of time for the Huskers. And Julia Bond looking to finish strong here. She can throw all 3 in the 10th. The Huskers can get to 194. Maryland Eastern Shore 1-1 on the day. Nebraska 0-2. Arkansas State 2-0. Vanderbilt 1-1. Sacred Heart 2-0. McKendree 0-2, but in 4th place based on total pinfall. Sam Houston State 2-0. Stephen F. Austin 2-0. Maryland Eastern Shore 1-1. Louisiana Tech 1-1. NCA&T 0-2. Fairleigh Dickinson 1-1. Nebraska and Prairie View both 0-2 on the day. A number of the teams do have different Facebook Live broadcasts going, so if they're on a pair not featured here on Bowl TV, so we're on 9 through 12. Some of the teams doing broadcasts as they cross the house, so that all the friends and family and parents at home can follow along. And again, we have live scoring, so you can check those as well. So heading into game number 3 here. 7-pin advantage now for Maryland Eastern Shore, 377. Nebraska 370, so tight match there. On our right, Stephen F. Austin still out ahead. Sam Houston State after the 279 start. And Aaron Smith has taken a deep breath. He is back in business. Aaron, remember yesterday when we were looking over the live stream gear and trying to decide which set to take and what we wanted to do to get set up here at the ITRC, and well, it appears the backup plan ended up being the right answer, but regardless, we are in business now. right, so start here by Nebraska. Back on the left lane. Front four, Julia Bond looking to make it 5 in a row. And she delivers. All right, so Nebraska's string comes to an end at 5. Out ahead here in game number 3, and now back out ahead overall in this 5-game Baker match. Sam Houston looking to pick up a few more sticks on Stephen F. Austin here in game 3. Chiseling away at that huge lead. The Lady Jacks 279 to start. Aaron Smith, are we having fun yet?
Sure.
I can kind of hear you a little bit. Let's see what the folks at home have to say.
Is it because we're sitting right next to each other?
I don't think so, but we'll continue doing what we do. We'll make this work. So if you can hear Aaron Smith, give us a yes or a heads up, a thumbs up.
Hello.
In the meantime, keep an eye on some bowling action. Nebraska with the miscue after the 5-bagger, missing the single pin. Another opportunity here with the 4-pin on lane 9. Trouble for Maryland Eastern Shore with the 4-5-7. All right, we are learning a whole lot about technology here on day 1 of the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Aaron Smith, I hope you're taking notes.
On technology? Whoa,
Oh,
hey,
there we
how
have
about that?
All right,
Let's see, everyone's going to say I'm too loud.
keeping us on our toes here. Back to the action now. 3 consecutive 9 counts for Nebraska. Nice effort here from Sam Houston. Going to close the gap a little bit. With 2 games to go.
I seem to remember Nebraska getting off to a slow start last year here at the Prairie View before finding the right look and making their way strong into the bracket, and of course capturing their 5th consecutive Prairie View title.
The number 1 goal for the weekend, get to the top 4. Make the top 4, and then you'll have a chance to win this event. It's a shootout at that point. So whether you're first by 500 pins or just sneak into that 4th spot, that's all you want to do is get there and have a chance at the title here. 2:14 final score here in Game 3 for Sam Houston State, 6:29.
And they continue to chip away at the Lady Jacks. Going to be in the upper 180s. So give or take, they're going to be about 30 pins, 30, 40 pins behind. It's amazing how quickly the momentum can change here in these 5-game Baker matches. Quick pace, but all of a sudden, if you find a rough lane, miss the transition, all of a sudden you're in Barney.
All right, so 3 games complete on 11 and 12. Advantage, Stephen F. Austin, 6:48. Sam Houston State, 6:29. Game 4 about to get underway, so that match getting a little bit more exciting. Started off 279 for the Lady Jacks and giving away a few pins in the 2 games to follow. 10th frame underway on 9 and 10 Nebraska. Had the front 5, has not struck since, but can get to 224. And best Maryland Eastern Shore can do 181. Arkansas State setting the pace here through 2 matches. Averaging just over 212.
We've seen the Red Wolves have success here in the past. We're actually a game away from winning in 2016, up 3-1 against Nebraska. The Huskers found something. Those final few games were able to make the comeback. But Jordan Richard has essentially owned the ITRC in the few events she's bowled here over the years. Won the individual for 6 games last year, was the runner-up the year before that. So the 2018 U.S. Amateur Champion definitely feels right here at home, at the home of Team USA. We did see most of the teams here practicing yesterday while we were setting up the first set of live stream gear. Getting comfortable with the facility. Making sure they felt sharp before the start of this 3-day competition. After 12 minutes of open warm-up. Had 10 minutes on their starting pair before they started. And now we're beyond the halfway point. And it's flown by because maybe we lost quite some time there. So that was, I felt we were just hitting our stride there, Matt, and then all of a sudden we ran into this technical situation and had to reset and refocus, and it's like it's game one all over again for us.
Well, just like this event, you don't want to peak too early. So we had a nice hot start, cooled off a little bit, and now we need to find a nice pace and cruise on into the finish. So just like the defending champ Nebraska Cornhuskers, a little bit behind here early, but still plenty of time to regroup and make up some ground. So we definitely gave it a top-notch team effort. I did all I could to stay out of the way while Aaron and Emil worked their magic. Emil on the hardware, Aaron on the software, and now we're running smooth.
Emil and I did have a brief talk about our game plan for the Hoosier Classic after that, so might be taking a few more pieces of equipment just to make sure. So now we're set. Back half at day number one. I do find it kind of interesting with the NCAA, just compared to what we usually see from the USBC Collegiate. Usually you get the traditional games the first day, and then you finish up the event with Baker, whether it's a total pinfall event or if they get to some type of bracket, stepladder final, whatever it may be. So it's a little opposite here for NCAA, starting off with the Baker and transitioning to the traditional games before going back to Baker. So I'm sure these teams, though, competing quite a bit throughout the course of the season, kind of get used to that ebb and flow, going back and forth, having to work together as a team, just having 2 shots per frame, or 2 shots per game, to be able to put a full game together, kind of settle in, go right back to it for the final day.
Well, Aaron, I think the Baker format, always the great equalizer. When you have a spread of talent, it certainly takes away the advantage maybe of a team having 1 or 2 super standout players. And with 2 frames each player, at least in the past when the field was a little bit more diverse, you saw the superpowers really pull ahead in the traditional games. But now, as we mentioned earlier, arguably the most talented field we've seen in all the years of this event.
Yeah, it's one of those things, too, where most teams are able, as the sport continues to grow, and really the levels below where these competitors are at now just gets stronger and stronger through the bowling on tougher conditions, junior gold, the ITRC bowling combine, events of that nature really give them a chance to develop early. It gives the coaches a chance to see them early. And of course, coaching itself with, as we can see all around us, the phones, the tablets, all of that. Really, the coaching has progressed on every level. So big shout out to USBC coaching, Stephen Padilla and his team, Teresa Ross, in really helping bring that all together as well. But yeah, most of these teams can trot out a pretty potent top 5, especially at the bottom of the lineup, those 4 5s. They're tough, and you expect them to throw the big shots now when they need them.
Well, with the Professional Women's Bowling Association, something to look forward to after college. A little bit more motivation to stay sharply at the top of your game, and really has elevated the talent for sure. And these players are seeing some of their coaches out there finding success professionally, so a little bit of guidance there, something to look forward to beyond college bowling and a potential national title. And now also, as these teams are getting more comfortable on this 40-foot oil pattern, we're starting to see some more strikes piling up on the scoreboards. The energy seems to all of a sudden, with the strikes, really turned up here in game 4 as this match is, this third round of matches starts to come to a close. Matching strike for strike now, Sam Houston State and Stephen F. Austin. Sam Houston will finish first. They can get to 235 and down 19 pins coming into game 4. Stephen F. Austin can shoot 226 with 3 in the 10th here. So this one should have an exciting game number 5. Big 3-bagger there for Maryland Eastern Shore. And it'll finish first here in game 4. Max score 238. Nebraska still can get to the 220s. Leading by 35 after 3. So open in the 10th for Stephen F. Austin, and we have ourselves a seesaw here, Mr. Smith. Sam Houston now up 861. Stephen F. Austin 840. So after that 279 start, losing pins slowly over the next 3 games. And now 21 pin advantage for the Bearcats over on 11 and 12. So again, in this format, total pins for these Baker matches, so you're never out. And Sam Houston able to chip away and now take the lead, whereas Sunday will be the best of 7. So just a little bit of everything here for these NCAA weekends. Keeps things intense and exciting all the way through. And teams that maybe shine during the traditional play, 1 or 2 players will stand out. And then others work very well as a team, communicate well, and make their spares. They're able to excel here in Baker play. So at some point in the weekend, everybody will have a chance to play to their strengths. And then, of course, the team that is the most well-rounded, in theory, will prevail. But the main goal, make the top 4 and get to that championship bracket on Sunday afternoon. Maryland Eastern Shore continuing to strike. Will be in the 230s here. Fill ball coming up. Nebraska not backing down though. 255 still possible for the Huskers. 238 now, 796. 4-game total for Maryland Eastern Shore.
Strong finish there for Alexandra Hernandez, a junior from Venezuela for Maryland Eastern Shore, to finish that game off. Back 6, matching up against Julia Bond, and Bond unable to get up the hill there. They can still get to 231. The bucket always tricky though.
Sam Houston State 2-0 so far. Looking to stay perfect. Stephen F. Austin also 2-0. one of those teams will suffer first loss here at the 2018 Prairie View A&M Invitational.
Nebraska's going to hold about a 25 to 30 pin lead over Maryland Eastern Shore with 1 to go. As Matt ran down already, just 21 pins. In a seesaw battle from the Lone Star State.
And the miscue by Stephen F. Austin. Another single pin miss here on day 1. And the total pinfall over 25 Baker games and 6 traditional games. Those single pins will add up. It could be the difference between making that championship bracket and not doing so. In this particular match, the Lady Jacks now falling farther behind after 2 frames here in the final game. Bond strikes on the field ball, 231. So a 28 pin advantage for Nebraska going into the finale. They'll switch lanes. And game 5 coming right up. 824 Nebraska, 796 for Maryland Eastern Shore. We'll have 2 more 5-game matches coming up.
Those matches will include 9 and 10 in match 4. McHenry going to be taking on Stephen F. Austin. And on 11 and 12, we'll get our first look at Arkansas State. They will be taking on North Carolina A&T. In match 5, we'll see Louisiana Tech one more time taking on Vanderbilt. And then Maryland Eastern Shore versus our host this week, Prairie View A&M. They'll be on 11 and 12.
On 11 and 12 right now, Sam Houston clean through 5. Still able to stay ahead of the Lady Jacks. Stephen F. Austin need a couple of doubles here to get back in this one.
Stephen F. Austin Sr., Stephanie Schwartz, a past player of the year. You can say gets a break, but felt she threw a pretty good shot there. Surprised the carry, it did not cooperate. Looking at a single pin, just the 7. Sam Houston right now just trying to stay out of trouble, holding that 21 pin lead clean through 5.
3 teams averaging 200 or better through 2 matches. Arkansas State, more than 212. Vanderbilt, 204. And Sacred Heart, just over 200 through 10 Baker games this afternoon. As soon as this match concludes, we'll get the updated standings to you. We'll have those scrolling on the monitors here at the ITRC, so pretty quick and pretty easy for us to get that information to you. We'll have a final recap for you at the end of the day on bowl.com.
The early double miscue in the 3rd frame from the Cornhuskers. Maryland Eastern Shore clean, but no doubles. Looking to clean up a single pin is Kayla Hicks. No problem there. Kelly Belzeski looking to put the Huskers back on the right track. Kicks out the 10. It opens in the 6th and the 8th frame for Sam Houston. Can Stephen F. Austin find a little bit here? Make a late run. Had the cushion, 21 pins. But they have not been putting strikes together since that big start, 279. Julia Bond delivers 4 out of 5 for Nebraska. Going to hold on to their 28-pin advantage and take the win, their first of the weekend. There's some excitement from the Lady Jacks and their fans. Stephanie Zavala from Sam Houston. Light mixer doesn't get the 7 to crumble.
All right, Aaron, just like that, a couple of missed spares, we've got ourselves a match.
Oh. Seven and 10 from Sarah Gill in the 9th frame. And those hits have just not been falling for the Lady Jacks. Stephanie Schwartz nearly left one as well, got the 10-pin out late. That will just about do it for this match. Sam Houston just needs to fill a few pins. They will be taking the W here. Amber McLeod will have those honors for Sam Houston. So they'd like to move to 3-0. Not quite over yet. Still an outside chance here for Stephen F. Austin. They're going to need some help, though. First things first for Schwartz. Can she find a way to get all 10 down? There's one. I underestimated the closeness of this match. My apologies. It's going to make it a little bit easier here for the Bearcats. Just a few pins now will shut out Stephen F. Austin and be a nice moral victory for Coach Brad Hagan and his team.
I have a feeling after this game is over, they're going to have some time to wait. They're going to probably talk a little bit about those spare shooting woes here in game number 5.
That's a good point there, Matt. This will be one of the quicker pairs finished. Of course, we have live scoring links in the description below the video. (1,034, 1,014). Sam Houston State defeats Stephen F. Austin in the Battle of Texas. Only one can reign supreme. Nebraska is going to collect its first win here after a bit of a slow start from what we're used to seeing from the Bill Straub-led group. Once again, a reminder, coming up next, Stephen F. Austin, we'll get to see them again. They'll move over to 9 and 10 to take on McKendree, the 2017 NCAA and Intercollegiate Team Championships winners. And over on 11 and 12, Arkansas State taking on North Carolina A&T. Matt, I'm not sure if you talked about it while we were getting things squared away again, but pretty cool for Maryland Eastern Shore. Their coaching staff, a pair of collegiate bowling legends, if you will.
Yeah, Pikeville teammates, Caleb Bandy, and now Jennifer King. And they have obviously enjoyed friendship since their collegiate bowling days. And they even found some success after college. Believe it or not, they also bowl once in a while.
They're pretty good.
Caleb Bandy, a regular on the PWBA tour. But the two have found recent success at the USBC Women's Championships. Another opportunity for the Lady Bowlers to get out there and compete, earn a little prize money and national recognition. And if they do bowl well, Aaron Smith is there to tell you all about it.
That's right, Matt. Kayla and Jennifer made their way to the Raising Cane's River Center as we wrap up 1,036 to 991, Nebraska over Maryland Eastern Shore to wrap up match 3 here. But Kayla and Jennifer teamed up with Daphne and Michelle Smith, team event, and they were able to post the score to beat. They won to approach their, I believe 2650 was the number, 4-player teams, 3 games. So essentially they were 250 pins over. It's a nice little number. They really outdistanced the field. No one really came close to that throughout the duration of the event in Baton Rouge. And Jennifer, who's making her women's championships debut after taking some time away from bowling to start up a family, she continues strong throughout doubles and singles, and her 9-game total won her the Diamond All Events title. So pretty cool to come there bowling for the first time for Kayla. I think it was the second time she had bowled. She had subbed one other time. So those two forming quite the tandem. And now both women's championships titleists.
A lot of the players and coaches taking advantage last year of the great venue in Baton Rouge. It was the home of the women's championships. Also welcomed the USBC Queens, and then both collegiate national championship events, the NCAA championship and the intercollegiate team of singles championships. Terrific facility, a great stage for bowling, and of course to be able to bowl multiple events in one trip. Always nice too. And then of course we'll see many of these players, once they're done with their NCAA days, move on to those ranks, and whether it be professionally or at events like the women's championships and the Queens, which both feature the top professional and amateur players in the world. There is now the opportunity of bowling beyond the college ranks, so very cool. And to be able to look up to your coaches, and sometimes you want to know, does my coach really know what she's talking about? Well, Kayla and Jennifer, along with Shannon O'Keefe, Josie Barnes, they put it all out there, and they have proven at various levels, whether internationally or professionally or at the women's championships, that they in fact practice what they preach and can find success as well. So I would probably listen to whatever they had to say.
I would as well. Right now we're going to take a quick break as the final pairs wrap up. They're actually in the 9th frame right now. One pair to our left, Fairleigh Dickinson and Vanderbilt. Looks like Vanderbilt is going to collect the W here. So we're going to take a quick break, but we still have 2 more matches to go. 10 Baker games total. Once again, the 2017 NCAA and ITC champion McKendree taking on Stephen F. Austin, and North Carolina A&T taking on Arkansas State. Coming up next here on Bowl TV, where we certainly hope to have continued coverage of the 2018 Prairie View A&M Invitational at the International Training and Research Center. This is the 6th edition. Huge shout out to head coach Glenn White and his crew from Prairie View. Always do a great job. Always look forward to this event each and every year. So thank you to them. And of course, the staff here at the ITRC, Rod Ross, Lou Marquez, Nick Harishny, as well as Stephen Padilla, who is not only our good buddy, but the head official out here this week for the NCAA. So a lot of cool things, a lot of great people to thank. That really makes this a Hall of Fame experience for the competitors each and every year in Arlington, Texas. So we'll be right back. Match 4 coming up next. Thanks again for tuning in. I'm Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Matt Cannizzaro. We'll be back in just a jiff. All right, welcome back to Bowl TV and match 4 out of 5 here for the opening day of competition at the 2018 Prairie View A&M Invitational at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Matt Canizaro. Big shout out to Emil Williams Jr. for taking part of his day, for helping us out here. Had some live stream issues a little bit earlier, but Emil, he's the man. We appreciate it, big guy. Now on the lanes, we have McKendree and Stephen F. Austin facing off to your left on 9 and 10. North Carolina A&T and Arkansas State to our right. So we got some pretty talented teams competing here. Along with a pretty impressive collection. Talented coaches as well, leading their programs. For McKendree, Shannon O'Keefe, 6-time PWBA Tour champion. For Stephen F. Austin, the national champions in 2016, have Amber and Steve Lemke, along with Little Lemke. That kid's going to be popular in a few years. He starts growing up, partying with everyone in the bowling programs. North Carolina A&T, coached by USBC Hall of Famer Kim Kearney. And Arkansas State, led by Justin Akostic. Each match consists of 5 Baker matches. Teams alternate lanes. The team leading after 4 games does get lane choice. So if they want to, or if they have a preference in lane, find a look on one over the other, they can elect to use that advantage. As they prepare for that final game. As far as seeing 15 Baker games on this 40-foot condition being used this week, teams will discuss their strategy. Obviously, lanes are going to break down a little bit different come tomorrow when we have 5 traditional games, but going to talk about what they saw on the fresh, what they liked, what they didn't like, what layouts, what surfaces work the best. And generally we see some pretty high scores out of the gates based off of those adjustments from these very talented student athletes. As soon as we get an update after match 3, we will be sure to run those down for you. McKendree's Brianna Clemmer avoids disaster with an early 7-10. North Carolina A&T finds their first mark in the 4th frame. With a strike. For those of you in the chat, big thank you for joining us here on Bowl TV. We know we've had some issues a little bit earlier today, but hopefully we are good to go the rest of the way out. We appreciate you sticking around. Also appreciate you for not yelling at us too much. If you have any questions in the chat, nice cover there by Stephanie Schwartz. Textbook cover of the washout. feel free to leave them in the chat. If we know them, we'll answer them. If we don't, well, we'll formulate some cool response anyway. Potentially right, potentially wrong. But other than that, let's settle in here once again in game 1 of 5 in match 4. Arkansas State continues to lead the way, 31-65 overall for their first 3 matches. Vanderbilt in second, 31-06. McKendree, 3,011, and Sam Houston State, 3,009. The only 4 teams plus. Stephen F. Austin in fifth at 29-88. Sacred Heart, 29-84. Maryland Eastern Shore, 29-45. Louisiana Tech, 29-03. Nebraska moving up at 28-92. Fairleigh Dickinson, 28-28, and it stopped scrolling after that. Almost got through them all. We're nearly there. All right, well, we'll just run them down without the scores right now. Arkansas State 3-0 in first, Vanderbilt 2-1 in second, McKendree 1-2 in third, Sam Houston 3-0 in fourth, Stephen F. Austin 2-1, Sacred Heart 2-1, UMES 1-2, Louisiana Tech 2-1, Nebraska 1-2, Fairleigh Dickinson 1-2, North Carolina A&T 0-3, and Prairie View A&M 0-3. That is our top 12. Or our entire 12, I should say. So once again, for the teams overall, looking for the course of the whole year, the win-loss is the real big thing. So you want that win-loss record to be as high as possible by the time you get to the end of the season, about March, maybe February. I'm not sure when the NCAA season actually wraps up, but you get to. They'll take the top 8 teams to the NCAA Women's Bowling Championships. Always a big selection show for that. Very cool to watch. We got to be a part of it last year. And then those top 8 teams will head to St. Louis in April for that event. See if McKendree can make it 2 in a row, or if another talented team can add an NCAA title to their collection. The total pinfall goes into this week's event, and that will determine where teams are placed for bracket play. That'll be on Sunday. So to actually win the Prairie View, you got to be in the top 4. So it's kind of a unique setup here for the NCAA events. So after they do their 5 matches of 25 barrier games on day 1, they do 5 traditional games on day 2, and then because we have 12 teams, you got to face everyone at least once. We'll have 1 extra game Sunday morning to kick things off. So that way you face everyone in the field at least once. You got your win-losses against everyone. But that total pinfall will determine where you place in the bracket. So with 12 teams, there's essentially 3 subsections to the bracket. So you're either in the 1 to 4, the 5 to 8, or the 9 to 12. And you cannot advance out pretty much outside that bracket. The bracket's only 2 rounds. So you can only move up so far. So if you're in 4th, you can move up to 1st. You can't necessarily drop any further in the standings if you happen to lose your 2 bracket matches. Conversely, if you're in 5th place, the best you can do is hold on to that spot. But we will have just about all that live here on Bowl TV, the big finale on Sunday. Before that other thing happening on Sunday, that folks are talking about, but this is cooler. This is the best way to start your day on Sunday, right here with us on Bowl TV. Selena in the chat had a good question. We had a lot of good responses from the folks in the chat, so that's people helping people right there. Matt Kanzar, you have any insight on that question there? Before a big tournament, what should a bowler do?
Well, I think every competitor has a routine for sure. Once you find something that works, you want to stick with that, of course. You want to get in your comfort zone. For some it's an exercise routine or an eating routine or, just doing certain things, practicing a certain amount of games or hours per week heading into that event. You definitely want to get into a good physical and mental place heading into that big tournament. And if something doesn't feel right, you want to make those changes and get to where it's worth getting out there and competing. You always want to give it your best. If things are good, keep doing what you're doing. If they're not, change it up. If you got people to lean on, they can maybe take a peek at your game and see what's going right, what's going wrong. Perfect example, our McKendree head coach, Shannon O'Keefe, last PWBA Tour season, had a couple of events, things didn't feel right, didn't look right. She was able to get an idea, look at the live stream, and just knew something was off, and she almost decided to take a week or two off, but instead she talked through it with her coach, her husband Brian O'Keefe, Team USA head coach, junior Team USA, I'm sorry, and Brian was able to kind of talk her back into things mentally and help her try to figure out what was going on physically, and it worked. She went on to almost make a TV show, made the next TV show, and went on to win. And of course, we know how the season ended with the Tour Championship title, and then some big success at the World Championships recently. So she was just able to find the right person to get her where she needed to be, and that's what you need to do. We saw another question in here about having a coach and trying to work with another coach, and that's something all coaches, while they kind of have the same training on paper, they all have their own methods and different way of seeing things. So you just find somebody who works the best for you, somebody you're comfortable with. You believe in their style, they believe in yours, and stick with it. And if it's not working out, on to the next until you find something you're comfortable with, and then stay right there.
Dynamite drop in there, Maddie. A lot of good information. McKendree takes the 218-202 advantage over Stephen F. Austin to wrap up game number 1. North Carolina A&T in the books with 1 of 48. They're going to be trailing just a matter of how much to Arkansas State. Bombs away in game 2 over on 9 and 10. As Jordan Richard delivers a strike, 163 for the Red Wolves, 148 for the Aggies over on 11 and 12. Lauren Payton cleans up the single pin for McKendree. Sarah Gill looking to do the same for the Lady Jacks. For head coach Shannon O'Keefe, a bit of a going to be a bit of a change coming up in the 2018-2019 season. She's going to be losing a few of her talented seniors, including Jessica Malott, who's going to be stepping up in just a moment, as well as Sarah Willie. Had a great showing early last month in Las Vegas at the 2018 USBC Team USA trials. She qualified for the U.S. amateur portion of that event, finished third, and was selected by the National Selection Committee to become a first-time Team USA member, right alongside her coach. She's been on the team for 14 consecutive years now. Megan Eaglehouse gets the hit for Stephen F. Austin. 5 out of 6 to start from them. Trouble for Brianna Clemmer in the 5th frame, the 2-4-8-10. She'll take the 3 for count.
We knew that this was probably going to be a pretty good match here on 9 and 10 between our last 2 NCAA champions, Stephen F. Austin and McKendree. Started out with the McKendree advantage, but now Stephen F. Austin stringing strikes here in game number 2. Arkansas State, our overall pinfall leader, 59 pins after 3 matches. Again, total pinfall for 25 Baker games and 6 traditional games will determine our seeding for Sunday's bracket. So for some of these teams, the win-loss record very, very important this late in the season. And for others, probably feeling pretty good about their chances at making the NCAA championships, but you never do know. So a very elite field will advance to the postseason. And at the same time, a little momentum never hurt.
Absolutely, especially an event like this where, you know, you've mentioned a few times just taking a look at the overall field. You know, when we look at the December poll from the National 10-Pin Coaches Association, all 12 teams are in the top 25, including, let's see, we got 8 of the top 10. So when you think about it, that only 8 teams get to go, we have 7 out of the 8 based off of that poll. So Delaware State, very good team. They're not here this week, but definitely have been performing well throughout the season to earn that spot in the top 10, top 8, top 6, if you will. but you really never know. Once again, the season's has its ups and downs. You want to be trending at the right time, having things going well. Things currently going well for North Carolina A&T, finally finding some momentum after a rough start. Looking for 5 in a row and able to lean on the 7.
So that team has a pretty solid coach as well in Kim Terrell Kearney, and she has been working the last couple of years to rebuild that program a little bit to the level that it found a few years back. And the USBC Hall of Famer makes some things happen. Previously, she was one of the coaches here at the ITRC and helped run this event. Now she's bringing her North Carolina A&T team here the last couple of years, and working every day to make that team stronger and stronger.
Kim also previously coached. We talked a little bit about Delaware State. She was over there for a few years. A few years ago before she made her way to work with us here, specifically you a lot at the ITRC, because you actually practiced. I know it because I watched the USBC Bowling Academy videos.
So even the best coaches in the world, it was a tough project having me out there, but with all the coaching and all the tools, I think any USBC member should take advantage of that for sure. But having it right here, downstairs from the office, is pretty neat.
Arkansas State with 3 in a row. Leah Glazer, a talented freshman from Nevada, delivering that strike in the 8th frame. Cameron Strombeck unable to get the mixer in the 9th frame for North Carolina A&T, looking to gain some ground, find themselves down 15 pins. However, Haley Richard is going to potentially give a few pins back here. Finds trouble in the 9th. Stephen F. Austin finishes off an impressive 268 to catapult into the top spot, now at 470. McKendry is going to be in the minus. Strike, look at them, to 390. Nice shot there by Anna Olaya. Another recent recruit for Kearney at North Carolina A&T from Bogota, Colombia. Delivering a nice shot to kick things off there in the 10th. Aggies can get to a 217 despite the hiccup in the 9th frame for the Red Wolves. They still have 2 at 33 out there, so a chance to increase their lead as they prepare for game number 3. Jordan Richard, talked about her a little bit earlier, has it's definitely left her mark here at the ITRC in previous appearances at the Prairie View. Our reigning individual champion here at the ITRC. .83 pin advantage for the Lady Jacks as Stephen F. Austin heading into game 3. 216 for North Carolina A&T. The final shot here for Arkansas State. They'll finish at 222, gain 6 more pins. So we transition to game 3 for our featured pairs. Just a reminder to everyone competing, or, well, we know everyone competing, everyone watching. That we will be back tomorrow, Saturday, February 3rd, right here on Bold TV, starting at 10:25 Eastern. That's in the morning time for our 5 traditional games. If you happen to be here in the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area and want to check it out, feel free to stop on by, free of charge, to come party with us at the ITRC. Matt Cannizzaro signing autographs. Take your picture with them.
I'm available. Aaron Smith, willing to take the picture for you.
That's right.
Aaron's the other guy in the live stream booth here.
That's okay. I've grown accustomed to that role. But after Saturday's competition, we'll have a pretty good idea of who our top 4 are going to be. Of course, the bracket overall. There will be one additional game at 9:25 Eastern on Sunday, as we talked about a little bit, to complete the setup where every team faces everyone at least once. So that'll be the 11th game overall, so 12 teams, so that's how you face everyone once. And then approximately at, we call it 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 local time here in Arlington, we will have our bracket matches, 2 rounds, best of 7, to determine our champions here this week. Nebraska, the 5-time defending champion. We've only run 6 Prairie View A&Ms. So that's a pretty dominating statistic. Vanderbilt won the very first one in 2012. And will someone be able to knock the Cornhuskers off the top spot?
Well, Nebraska's slow out of the gate in Baker play today. But trying to creep up in the standings, 9th after 3 matches so far. But for teams maybe that don't excel or struggle here in the Baker portion, tomorrow's team play, traditional games, definitely some talented players who can step up and propel their teams. So Baker is the equalizer. some other teams may stand out here. For example, you mentioned Jordan Richard a few times and her individual success here at the ITRC. You know, another dominating performance, enough to potentially help catapult her team. You know, if it balances out, if somebody struggles individually, somebody can really make a difference with a terrific performance. So, but the cool part about these events is that it's a balance of all the formats. So, you know, no real advantage, I guess, there. You know, the teams have a chance to play to their strengths at some point, and others, of course, are strong in all aspects. But I think in this event this year, a much more balanced field than we've even seen in recent years.
That nice 3-6, 7-10 conversion from Stephen F. Austin in frame number 3, courtesy of Dakota Ficini, freshman from Canada. Followed up by a strike by another freshman, Sarah Gill. They'll look to keep that momentum going with their senior All-American, Stephanie Schwartz.
Got a medium length pattern at 40 feet this week and 26.7 mils, kind of a medium volume as well.
Once again, the players will get very familiar with that pattern, not changing throughout the course of the week, so they will have the opportunity to discuss what worked, what didn't today.
Of course, the traffic pattern will be a little bit different tomorrow with 5 players bowling an entire game, so 10 on a pair. Definitely going to see some more transition tomorrow, you'd think. So a little bit different game plan. It'll start out similar, of course. So all part of the strategy. That's why coach is taking good notes, videos, just trying to figure out what the look is like. We'll have some more practice tomorrow, a chance to see things once again. It's all part of the guessing game. You want to stay ahead of the moves, of course, based on what you see today. Try to have an idea for tomorrow. You don't want to give away too many frames or too many pins. Just make good shots. Keep the ball around the pocket and make your spares. That is the most important tool any coach will tell you. And we've seen some teams so far today giving away 10 pins a time on single pins. So over 25 Baker games, it's a pretty good amount of pins if you miss 6 or 7 single pins.
Definitely add up, and you mentioned those notes. Coach is keeping a good eye on that too, so that's to kind of keep your playing time. Spare shooting definitely goes a long way, knowing they can rely on you to fill your frames. We'll talk a little bit about what you need to do to prepare for a tournament upcoming. That it should be right there at the top of the list, making sure the spare game is solid and ready to go. McKendree unable to get anything going these past 2 games after a nice 2:18 start. Though they're a few frames ahead, they can max out at 176 this game. The Lady Jacks on a 197 pace right now. That push that lead to nearly 100 pins with 2 games left to go. Arkansas State up 21 heading into game 3, and both teams doing what we just talked about, filling frames. Striking's been a little bit tougher to come by here in game 3. Seems like each team liked the other lane a little bit more. When we talk about those notes, that's another thing that comes into it. Obviously, each pair of lanes has its own identity, own tendencies. And if you know one lane, it tends to hook a board or 2 more than the other. That's 1 or 2 less shots you have to use while competing to get to where you need to be. North Carolina A&T can get to 197 this game. Max score for Arkansas State, 193. So our anchor bowlers get ready to face off. Anna Olaya from North Carolina A&T will step up first. And mixes them, leaves the nickel. I'll drop the max down to 177. We'll see if Jordan Richard can get things going for the Red Wolves. Comes in light herself, leaves the 2. So for Arkansas State, a chance to increase its lead, with North Carolina A&T unable to double. Both players take care of their single pins. Stephen F. Austin's going to add a few pins onto their lead.
Stephen F. Austin able to put up a couple big games today to help with that pinfall situation. But again, just from looking down to looking up at the scoreboard, a couple 9 dashes up there. Definitely uncharacteristic of some of their top talent.
183, 176 in game 3, so 653 to 563. Advantage Lady Jacks over the Bearcats. 566 Arkansas State to 541 North Carolina A&T after 3. Heading into game number 4 out of 5 for match number 4 of 5. That's a lot of 4s and 5s. As we start game 4, let's take this opportunity to tell you about some cool things going on here at the International Bowling Campus. Not only here, but around the country as we go to events, short duration, long duration, whatever it may be. If you haven't checked out the core yet, definitely a good time to do that. We actually shot some content from that earlier today. Jason Thomas, the man with the plan, and also a very cool camera. Actually mic'd up Josie Barnes as she helped her Commodores prepare for their opening match a little bit earlier today. Let's see, Vanderbilt took on McHenry. Yeah, that was right in front of us. That was before the unpleasantness happened. But the core definitely doing some cool things lately, giving you some great bowling insight, some behind the scenes, that and more. And of course, a little bit further to our right, you can see the man, the myth, the legend himself, Earl. Our enhanced automated robotic launcher has been getting a lot of play on social media and right here on Bowl TV. And the place you can see that first and get the chance to use Earl is right inside the core. So it is a subscription service. Gives you an opportunity to get weekly updates, the first look at new content, and the opportunity to do cool things like sit front row for TV shows like the USBC Masters, USBC Queens. Get the opportunity for a behind-the-scenes look at those events. And we had one lucky core subscriber, Bob Rainey, make his way down here to the ITRC in our latest video project, The Journey to 900. He actually got to control Earl as he tried to roll 36 consecutive strikes, essentially simulating a league series, 3 games. So definitely an interesting thing to watch. I enjoy watching every week, and the guys tell me what happens, so it's like, and I still look forward to it. Seeing the moves, thinking, what would I do? Controlling a robot that could repeat shots like that. But the best way to learn about this and more is to check out the core. You can find it right on the homepage, bowl.com, or visit bowl.com/the core to learn more. .25 pin advantage for Arkansas State, and they're going to add on to it here in the early goings of Game 4 just by staying clean. A few miscues from the Aggies of North Carolina A&T, the 2015 Intercollegiate Team Championships winner. McHenry looking to get something going here just from a lot, and able to get that one back though. More trouble for McHenry here. Now down on 90 pins after 3. So again, if you want to follow your favorite school, if you scroll down a little bit, we have a link to the live scoring here at the ITRC. If you've been watching for a really, really long time, it might not be there. You may have to refresh, but we promise you, it is there. Nice cover there by Jessica, saving the frame for the Bearcats. Jordan Richard, 5th frame, Arkansas State. Making it a double. for the Red Wolves. Jordan Richard really bowled well at Team USA trials last month in Las Vegas. Earned her spot on Team USA, then went on to win the U.S. Amateur, and I have to believe that confidence is going to be showing not only this week, but throughout the rest of her collegiate season as she wraps up what many would have no problem calling a just fantastic collegiate career. Past Player of the Year, All-American, looking to do that one more time. As Arkansas State looks to finally break through, win that first NCAA title as well. Haley Richard delivers the double to set the 10th frame for her sister Jordan, as Arkansas State looks to increase its lead. Haley and Jordan were both a part of Junior Team USA back in 2016. Pretty cool story from that, or that summer, I should say, summer of 2016. Jordan got selected to be part of the Junior Team USA contingent to compete in the World Bowling Youth Championships, which was taking place in Lincoln, Nebraska, while Haley was selected to represent Junior Team USA at the Tournament of Americas in Florida. The awkward part for the Richard family, though, was both tournaments were happening, or were overlapping to an extent, so they had to kind of travel across the country there for a week, get to watch their daughters bowl, but definitely an experience, and not too many folks get to say we get to have. Spare for Jordan. She can get Arkansas State to 225 for the Aggies, 191 their max score. So McKendree starts to find some momentum here late in game number 4. That's 5 in a row, can get to 225. Definitely put a little bit of pressure here on Stephen F. Austin. Going to at least let him know that they're still hanging around. Two in the 10th for Brianna Clemmer, 224 for McKendree. Stephanie Schwartz. He is a very stubborn 10-pin. Finish at 178. The Lady Jacks will hold the advantage, 831 to 787. So just 44 pins separating our past 2 NCAA champions.
All right, still doable for McKendree with a game to go. Could offer us a little bit of excitement here in the finale. A little bit of a struggle to our right. This game for North Carolina A&T. ASU 222. 788 after 4. Quick shout out to Team USA's Chris Vai tuning in. Checking out some of the top collegiate bowlers doing their thing. He's getting ready to head off to some PWBA events here. Chris, thank you for tuning in. Thanks to everybody else as well for joining us here on this Friday afternoon here on Bowl TV. This is Matt Canizaro and Aaron Smith. What a way to wind down the work week and get hyped up for Super Bowl Sunday. We've got some Super Bowling happening over the next couple days here at the ITRC. And then the finale of the Prairie View A&M Invitational just in time to then head off to your Super Bowl party and watch the NFL season come to an end. So if you're a sports fan, you've got a busy couple days ahead. Again, thanks for tuning in. One more match coming up after this. We've got the exciting conclusion of match 4 now. Stephen F. Austin and McKendree, Arkansas State, and North Carolina A&T here at the ITRC.
Early double for McKendree. Sarah Willie and Taylor Bailey.
Trying to make those 44 pins disappear here early in game number 5. The left lane has been pretty good for both teams, at least early in this match. Not so much for Stephen F. Austin in game number 4.
Lauren
5 about to get going on 11 and 12, and ASU leads by 99 pins, it looks like, over North Carolina A&T. Again, we'll have a final recap for you after today's action. You can find that on bowl.com. Also, remember to follow us on social media, the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook and at USBC on Twitter. And that also will let you know when tomorrow's round gets underway. We'll have a post on both platforms. And remember to subscribe to Bowl TV because 2018, I believe, is the year of Bowl TV. We're really going to build up that YouTube channel. A lot of great content coming to you from all of our great events. Emil Williams Jr., Jason Thomas, and company working hard to keep the content flowing. So remember to subscribe, and if you love college bowling and NCAA action, remember to give a thumbs up here under your video window. And all of those numbers let us know that the demand is there, so we can keep doing this for you.
Matt, I have one question for you after all that.
Uh-oh.
Did you say 2018 or 20 great team?
Oh, my.
Ah.
Well, we will do our best to make it 20 great team. For sure. Still early, plenty of time. A lot of action coming up. First strike of the final game for Stephen F. Austin, and a roar from the Lady Jacks.
Lady Jack faithful, happy to see Dakota connect there. 4 out of 5 to start for the Bearcats, though. 3 for 3 out of the gates for Arkansas State. Leah Glazer. Kendry showing that tenacity that got them to the title last year. Stephen F. Austin. Keep the pressure on here, 3-6-10. In the fourth. Gonna take care of it.
Right, Aaron Smith, here comes McKendry. Down 44 pins coming into this final game, and now striking in 6 of the first 7 frames. This pace, the Bearcats are going to get done first and put all the pressure on Stephen F. Austin to deliver it late here in game number 5. So we saw Stephen F. Austin last match, I believe it was, with a big lead over Sam Houston State, and that went away and didn't turn out so well for the Lady Jacks. And definitely in these situations you have to take advantage and finish strong when you have the advantage.
It's a great point, Matt, and got to take advantage of the momentum when it's there, and everyone's feeling good, making good shots. And right now, and we got Steve Lemke rallying up the team right now, talking about what they're going to do in the back half of this game. As Malott leans on the 10. The only Bearcat not to strike so far this game. That leaves herself a makeable 10 pin. Drops the max for McKendry down to 2 of 56. And Stephen F. Austin would have to find a way to get a double or 2 in there. Have to get to 2 of 13 to shut out. Nice shot there from Megan Eaglehouse. Kick off the back half of the game. Also leaves a 10 pin. J.D. Scott Jones. Now a senior for Arkansas State. Past member of Junior Team USA. Takes care of the single pin. The Red Wolves are going to move to 4-0 at the conclusion. Just a matter of final score on 11 and 12. Taking on North Carolina A&T. Might give up some ground to the field. Depends on how everyone else is doing for total pins. And big time trouble in the 10th. So McKendree leaves the big 4.
It's all about capitalizing on opportunities. You mentioned maintaining momentum when it's in your favor, and now capitalizing when you have an opening. Big shot for Stephen F. Austin in the 7th. 2:30 finish for McKendree, 10-17. So McKendree plus 17 after all 5. Stephen F. Austin at plus 31 after 4.
So they'll have to get to 187 this game to take the W. Clean through 7, that's a 197 pace. Lady Jacks looking to fill frames. Fortunate just to have the 4 pin there. That one ran a little bit high. Could have been trouble.
Coming up next, our final matches of the day. Match number 5 here in Baker Clay. Louisiana Tech will take on Vanderbilt on lanes 9 and 10. Maryland Eastern Shore and tournament host Prairie View A&M on 11 and 12. And then we'll be back at it bright and early tomorrow morning for traditional games. That'll start about 10:30 Eastern. We'll have 5 traditional games. All 5 players will bowl the complete game. And then that total pinfall will be added to today's 25 game Baker pinfall.
Big shot there from the freshman Sarah Gill, joining the program from Massachusetts. Seeing that success the Lady Jacks have had, now Stephanie Schwartz will need a mark to take the win for SFA. These will be our final matches as well, so we'll move pretty quickly into the matches you just listed there, Mr. Canizar. Leaves the bucket. That was slightly frightening for a moment. That had 2-8-10 potential.
Bucket, a tough spare on any condition. We've seen Stephanie Schwartz step up and make big shots when she's needed them, both collegiately and internationally. Member of Junior Team USA. Had a chance to bowl at the World Youth Championships a couple times, and so she's definitely performed in the pressure situations. And now it's pretty simple: make the bucket and get some count, and you're good. Pick up a win. Spare, definitely not a gimme at any level.
Gonna switch to a plastic ball, go direct at it, and misses to the right. So McKendree, despite at the open in the 10th, is gonna sneak away with a 3-pin victory. 1,017 to 1,014.
Wow, how about that?
So McKendree will go to 2-2 now after losing their first 2 matches. Arkansas State on cruise control here. They were a tournament leader after 3 matches. They'll move to 4-0. here on 11 and 12 against North Carolina A&T. Final tally 991 to 837 for the Red Wolves.
All right, opportunity now for the teams to regroup. One more match coming up. Again, every win or loss very important to the overall season record. And still plenty of time left here at this event. But time to talk things over. What did we see there in match number 4? And how are we going to do better in match number 5? We'll have those coming up for you in just one moment. You are watching continued coverage of the 2018 Prairie View A&M Invitational here at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. Matt Canizaro and Aaron Smith, match number 5 of 5, coming right up. All right, we're back at it now. Match number 5 of the day underway. Long day for these ladies. Yesterday, long travel day, and now 25 Baker games about to be completed here at the ITRC 2018 Prairie View A&M Invitational. This match, we have Louisiana Tech taking on Vanderbilt here on 9 and 10, and Maryland Eastern Shore, and our tournament host, Prairie View A&M, over on 11 and 12. We'll get the updated standings here for you in just 1 minute. Again, this is our 5th 5-game Baker match of the day. We'll add this pinfall to tomorrow's pinfall for 5 traditional games. We'll have 1 more traditional game Sunday morning, after which total pinfall will determine the seeding for our 3 brackets. The top 4 teams will be seeded into the first bracket. They will all have the opportunity to win this event. Everybody else will bowl for final position, and of course, each match helping toward their overall season records. So a lot happening, different formats being used this week. It's pretty exciting. And no matter what your preference is, you're going to see a little bit of it here at the ITRC. This is Matt Canizaro and Aaron Smith that will be here start to finish. And we'll have a recap for you at the end of the day on bowl.com. So in case you missed anything, we'll have standings for the day there as well. So you can check out how your favorite teams did here on today's opening day of competition.
Matt promised to run down of the standings, and as they roll across, Arkansas State 41-56 leading the way. Sam Houston State has cut the gap though, 41-26. Vanderbilt a 41-13. McKendree 4,028, as well as Sacred Heart. Stephen F. Austin 6th, 4,002. Those are all the teams plus. Maryland Eastern Shore 39-70. Nebraska 39-07. Fairleigh Dickinson 38-88. Louisiana Tech, Prairie View A&M, and North Carolina A&T round out the field. Nebraska, the 5-time defending champion, still looking to get things going here.
They're just playing it cool, laying low.
Arkansas State and Sam Houston both at 4-0. Vanderbilt 2-2. McKendree 2-2. Sacred Heart 3-1. SFA at 2-2. UMES 1-3. Nebraska 1-3. Fairleigh Dickinson 2-2. Louisiana Tech 2-2. Prairie View A&M 1-3, and North Carolina A&T 0-4. Coach Kim cannot be happy about that. But long way to go.
Absolutely, and a work in progress, and has been making that team stronger and stronger each year there. As we've seen this field at this event get stronger and stronger as well. So as the talent continues to rise, and teams rebuilding, recruiting, big opportunity coming up this summer, Aaron Smith, for the collegiate coaches. We know we've seen a lot of international representation on many of these teams. Players from, as nearby as Colombia to Singapore, Malaysia, etc. But the World Youth Championships coming up in Detroit. So the collegiate coaches will have some time to check out the domestic talent at the Junior Gold Championships here in the DFW area, and then head over to Detroit to see the best from around the world. And now we were in Lincoln, Nebraska for the last World Youth, and prior to that was Hong Kong, and at that event we saw John and Josie from Vanderbilt make the trip out to Hong Kong to take a look at some players, and I believe that's where they came across Kristen Kwa, and now she is part of this Vanderbilt program. But very cool recruiting opportunity. We see a lot of international representation on the PWBA tour as well, Professional Women's Bowling Association. So what better way to get into the country here and get a great education, and then help prepare potentially for a future as a professional bowler. Again, college bowling always has been a stepping stone to the professional ranks and now at the PWBA and the success it's had over the last 3 seasons. It only seems like a natural progression once again for the ladies. And of course you want to have a nice education to fall back on as well in case the bowling thing doesn't work out. But you have to give it a whirl, and what better way than to get some top-notch coaching, a chance to compete collegiately, get an education, and then in the meantime get out there and maybe bowl an event or two, just to get comfortable and see, where you rank, where you need to work on as you progress through your career.
Some excellent points there, Mr. Canizaro. Couldn't agree more about seeing the talent firsthand. Of course, for us at that 2016 event, by then Jesper Svensson was kind of blooming into a household name, but got to see some of his fellow countrymen, Pontus Anderson, really emerge as a threat to be, and now on the PBA tour. And just never know. The first opportunity you'll get to see some of these top-tier players, and luckily for us, we get a lot of opportunities as well throughout the year, whether it's collegiate events like Junior Gold. So plenty of great, you use the word stepping stone. That is a great word. A great way to describe the system out there now, if you will, the progression system as players continue to get better and better at a younger age.
Well, as a coach, it's always nice to be able to find the events where the players come to you. You don't have to go too far. You don't have to, go and visit a whole bunch of different places to recruit. And you just sit there and just watch the best compete on the biggest stages.
And speaking of that opportunity, we talked a little bit about earlier, just kind of more of a mention, but coming back this summer, the ITRC Bowling Combine right here in Arlington, Texas. Really a unique opportunity for not only the high school athletes, but for collegiate coaches as well, of course. On the NCAA side, there are some restrictions to coaches as to when they can reach out to players, when they can talk to players, how they talk to players. But the bowling combine kind of falls into that window where they can recruit, and they actually set up as kind of a whole weekend of activities. So for the competitors, the student athletes who are out here, they get the chance to not only kind of test themselves against other high school bowlers, and not only competing that year, but in the past, but as well as get the opportunity to meet some coaches firsthand. It's almost like a job fair, if you will. After they do the on the lanes assessment, each of the coaches kind of receives a profile for the player based off of how they performed in the assessment, and then they come back and have the opportunity to meet, sit down, talk to the coaches, not only about what the bowling program has, what they have to offer, maybe scholarship-wise or whatever it may be, but also it's a chance for not only the student athletes but the parents as well to kind of hear about the curriculum out there as well. Obviously, education first and foremost. As you mentioned, getting that piece of paper when it's all said and done, very important. So finding the right combination for the student athlete, always very important. And of course, getting to get tested with all the tricks of the trade here at the ITRC definitely makes up for a great opportunity. So of course, be sure to visit the homepage of the International Training and Research Center for more information on that once it becomes available. Spots do fill up quickly. We sell out every year for that. So if you're a high school student near in college, that is the place to be. .184 in the books for Louisiana Tech. Vanderbilt looking to go around that number, they can do that with a double. There's one. They're a very talented sophomore from Moscow, Russia. Got introduced to Maria last year, not only at this event, but at the NCAA Women's Bowling Championships. Coach Williamson and Barnes put a lot of trust in her as a freshman to anchor this team. And has not disappointed. Bulldogs of Louisiana Tech get to wait and see. They will have the advantage after one. Maryland Eastern Shore finishes up a 1 at 56. Prairie View A&M put together a double in the 8th and the 9th. So the Panthers will lead after one, can get to 189. Question in the chat, why are all the players kind of grouped up like that? Well, this is college bowling for you. So whether it's the women competing, the men, NCAA, USBC Collegiate, this is kind of what the atmosphere has become. And if you've never seen it in person, it's truly something special and unique to see. So obviously, as with any team aspect, you want to be there to support your teammates, cheer them on during the great times, and let them know you still got their back during the rough ones. So the team essentially is kind of all-encompassing. And so you hear from them, they they'll offer you feedback along with the coaches, talk about moves, talk about what you saw in the lanes. You know, maybe we need to make a ball change, maybe we need to make a move. I did this, it worked. I did this, it didn't work. But it's really a team aspect. More so than most sports, actually, with the there isn't necessarily a bench, if you will, because everyone is standing up there pretty much ready to greet you right off the approach. But definitely a lively atmosphere. When strikes get going, it's definitely a fun time, fun thing to be around. Matt Cannizzaro, a former collegiate star at the University of Florida, can attest to that.
There definitely is nothing like the collegiate bowling atmosphere. The team environment, and you talk to a lot of players. Once their college years have passed and they're bowling individually, professionally, or elsewhere, they certainly miss those days, and for many, they'll get an opportunity to participate for their countries, for Team USA, and they really appreciate the team environment when you're up there striking not only for yourself, but for your teammates, for your country. It makes it a little more special. Of course, it adds a little bit of pressure, but it makes it that much sweeter as well. Kind of like here in the live stream booth, helping each other out, making sure everything's working. Everybody knows their role, but some good utility players able to step in, some moving pieces, so it's always nice. And so it's sometimes challenging when you're live streaming by yourself, and it's nice to have a teammate there, someone to.
It's very nice to have a teammate today.
Nice to have that banter back and forth, and the sharing of information. Aaron Smith, very knowledgeable about some of these younger players, and that is from his time at Junior Gold and other collegiate events. A well-balanced effort, just like many of these teams.
189 to 156 advantage, our host, Prairie View A&M. Looking to collect their second win of the week. Maryland Eastern Shore trying to get things going after some struggles. 1:56. Jacqueline Rhoda will be stepping up for the Hawks of UMES. Coming up next here in frame 3, made the TV show at the Intercollegiate Singles Championships. Pulled a solid game on TV against Taylor Boltice, but was unable to advance to the finals. Great question from Lance in the chat. How many bowlers are on a typical collegiate team? And can they sub in during the Baker format game? Well, we'll answer the first one. It tends to vary from college to college. We've seen some schools with a little bit smaller rosters in like the 6 to 8 player range. Some schools, McKendree one of them, especially competing on both the NCAA and USBC Collegiate side, has a little bit bigger roster, so you know they're approaching more towards 20 players. But essentially, at an event, you will see a team bring 7 to 8 players with, just so you have a few different angles, a few different options, in case one of your starters is just not matching up, not throwing it well, whatever it may be, gets injured. Hopefully not. And then substitutes are allowed at any point during a Baker game. So if you're having a bowler who's just, you know, it's not their game, things aren't going well, you're ready to bring someone in, you can do that at any point in the game. Obviously, that player would have to then finish the game if they come in early or earlier in the game. For some of the coaches in a tight Baker match, you know, if a right-hander comes up and leaves a washout, they'll actually bring in a left-hander to shoot at the spare, just because it'll be a little bit easier for a lefty to pick it up if they have that luxury. But one of the unique things about NCAA events is we actually have a warm-up pair. So over to our right, over on what would be lanes 15 and 16, players who do not start the game have the opportunity to throw a few shots. They're limited into how many shots they can throw per game on the warm-up pair. So we actually have an official down there keeping track of that, making sure no one's taking too many shots, but they're allowed handful of shots to stay loose or to get warm if they're going to get put into the lineup. Obviously, their coach tells them, they just don't go over there and practice, because as we talked about, the team aspect, very important about sticking with your teammates, but the coach gives you the nod to warm up in the bullpen. It's all right to do that. So just like any other sport, players and coaches have the opportunity to kind of tweak their lineup, find the right look, in their hopes of winning matches, games, and hopefully the whole tournament. If you have any other questions about this event or anything USBC related, we're going to do our best to get you an answer. So much fun talking about the event. Forgot to update it. It's now game 2 of 5. Nearing game 3 already, so we're moving right along here. Final match of the day. at the 2018 Prairie View A&M Invitational at the ITRC. This is the 6th edition of this great event. We look forward to it every year. Excuse me, 7th edition. Thanks, Matt. We just talked about Nebraska winning the past 5 years and Vanderbilt winning in 2012, so.
See, Guy, it's been a long day, but that's where that teamwork comes in. So now we're all good. We're good on our facts and moving right along.
Fantastic. Thanks, Guy. High five. As we've seen, players have migrated to the left, especially, well, speaking specifically to the right-handers, have migrated left from where they started much earlier today. We actually got to kick things off with Louisiana Tech earlier in the day, and Caitlin Eder, their talented player, now a member of Junior Team USA, was playing pretty direct. Closer to the first arrow, has now moved in. Here's Ashley Chanel, a past and junior gold champion. Caitlin and Ashley both are freshmen. As part of Matt Mantis's squad. The Bulldogs going to be in great position to add on to their lead here. It's up by 6 after 1. They have the opportunity to shoot 215. Max for Vanderbilt, 182. Maryland Eastern Shore cleans up the 245, can get to 194. They're going to gain a few pins back against our host this week, Prairie View A&M. Big thanks to everyone for tuning in today here on Bowl TV. We hope you're here all weekend with us as we draw closer and closer to the conclusion of the 2018 Prairie View A&M Invitational. Just day 1 of 3. So plenty of action left to come. Plenty of storylines. You get to meet a lot of the next generation, if you will. A lot of talented players in this field will be making noise at the next level before you know it. A fun story about Vanderbilt as they wrap up this 10th frame here. And if you've been listening all day for the times when we had the sound working, definitely talk about the team environment. A lot of team chants, a lot of cheering. You know, they have different chants for different things. And when Vanderbilt starts striking and throwing consecutive strikes, the competitor who throws a strike will yell black, and then the teammates will yell gold. So last year at the NCAA Women's Championships, Vanderbilt happened to be on a 290 pace. So since I was doing the social media for that event, as you heard it there, you know, big score happening. So, you know, I kind of find my way to where I could, not to distract the team, but to kind of capture the moment. And by the time Maria here got that last strike, as she was yelling it out, she had one of her teammates counting down all the blacks and golds that you had to say to properly represent Vanderbilt, and she had it almost seemed like she'd almost lost her voice from yelling it that many times in a row, back to back to back times. So, of course, with Vanderbilt, a big anchor down afterwards. So, definitely one of the cool things to see, just being part of this whole NCAA and collegiate bowling world. And then it happened just like that.
Just like that.
396 to 360, Louisiana Tech holds the advantage over Vanderbilt. 375 to 349, Prairie View A&M ahead of Maryland Eastern Shore.
Imagine, Mr. Smith, if they gave us a team of talented young communications students, and we were to mold and guide them to their communications future. We'd be excellent leaders, no doubt.
Well, you would. You're the man. Better taking direction.
Just like that, game number 3 of 5 underway. Here in our featured pairs, 9 and 10, 11 and 12. Louisiana Tech leading Vanderbilt by 36 pins after 2 games. And it is tournament host Prairie View A&M with the advantage over Maryland Eastern Shore, 375 to 349. So 2 relatively close matches. 3 games to go before we call it a day here at the ITRC. But still, the energy level here, Mr. Smith, even after 22 Baker games, plus practice, plus moving around, pretty much standing up the entire time. There are not really chairs here at the ITRC. Still very impressive, and I almost can't remember back to my collegiate days, but just definitely a test of endurance, physically and mentally, of course. No doubt, I'm sure many of these young ladies will grab a quick dinner and head back to the hotel and do some homework, because they are student athletes as well.
That's part of the dynamic to manage as well. That's always got to be mindful of the homework, the tests, the labs, papers.
It is the weekend, and we are in the pretty entertaining city of Arlington, Texas. A lot to do, but these players spend a lot of time on the road, and it's all part of the deal. Balance it out, take advantage of that educational opportunity. Some will go on and have bowling careers beyond college. Others will enter the working world, putting those degrees to use. And then, of course, being that they're athletes, there's a third piece of the trifecta, and that is the physical part of the game, not the bowling part, but staying in shape. And, you know, again, another coach who comes to mind, Shannon O'Keefe. A lot of time in the gym. A lot of these collegiate bowling programs, especially NCAA, you know, they'll have team trainers and nutritionists, and you know, it's just like any other sport. They find the right balance and the right diet for the players to be at their optimum performance. And just a lot of pieces to the puzzle. Certainly being a great bowler to start with helps, but a lot of things have to fall in place to make it all work. You can have 5 awesome bowlers, 5 of the best in the country, in the world, but if there's no chemistry, if they don't get along, they don't communicate well, then it's never going to work, not in this type of environment, not where communication and teamwork are so important.
You're a shrewd businessman, Mr. Cannizzaro, because that was going to be my next talking point. So well played.
Yeah, and then at the same time, you spend many hours trapped in a 15-passenger van with your teammates. You certainly hope you get along. That is very important. And then, outside of bowling, outside of school, potentially you're going to get some lifelong friends out of the deal. I couldn't tell you how many former teammates I still keep up with, talk to on a regular basis. Certainly social media helps. I know how they're doing, and when I'm near where they are, it's always nice to catch up. But we know your bowling career doesn't always go to big places. But again, getting an education, getting a career, getting friends, it's all part of the collegiate bowling package.
Vanderbilt staying clean so far through 3 frames, looking to make it 4. Gain a little bit of ground here on Louisiana Tech after the open frame in the 4th. Our tournament host, Prairie View A&M, maintaining its lead against Maryland Eastern Shore.
And once we get down to Sunday afternoon, all 12 teams will advance to bracket play, but there will be 3 separate brackets. The top 4 teams will have a chance to battle for the title here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. And teams 5 through 8 and 9 through 12 will fight within their own brackets. Right now, the team to beat Arkansas State leading the way, 30-pin advantage over Sam Houston State. This is after 4 5-game Baker matches. Vanderbilt 3rd, McKendree and Sacred Heart tied for 4th, and Stephen F. Austin a close 5th. Still many games, many pins out there, but Arkansas State, again, one of those teams you expect. They're going to break through at some point. They're always in the mix, have had some great players individually, have made some great runs at this event and elsewhere, but still yet to break through on the national stage. No national championships for the Red Wolves, and unable to finish the job here at the Prairie View despite some terrific performances in recent years.
Yeah, looking at the talent on the Red Wolves team, definitely all the pieces there to make a long run at the NCAAs and pretty much any tournament they enter. You got the experience in players like J.D. Scott Jones, Haley Richard, Jordan Richard, who have been there before. You got some new life on the team. You have Leah Glazer, a freshman coming in. You got a new member of Junior Team USA and Julia Heron as well, another talented player. And of course, they got a very good coach who likes to get excited with his players, and when they're bowling well, he's getting excited too. Justin Kostick, and definitely all the pieces to make a long run into the tournament. Just a matter of finally getting over that, whatever they need to make the leap, whatever that is. If that's making it to the semis, making it to TV, whatever it is. Obviously, if you make it TV, then you're one step closer. But the Red Wolves, obviously teams have a lot of confidence in themselves throughout competing. If you make the top 8, you're going to be tough to beat with. But in a setup like this, Baker matches, best of 7, I'd probably, that arm swing would be a little tighter against a team with that kind of firepower.
Well, 7 of these teams have claimed national championships, going back to Nebraska doing so in 2004. And each year we see stronger players and teams emerging as top talents. But you're right, the number 1 goal, get to the top 8, get invited to the NCAA championship, and then that will be 8 teams definitely with a chance to win it all. And why not a little momentum as the season is winding down? Championship week, April 12th. So just a couple months away. Final push here for these teams. Make their pleas.
And Matt, you mentioned we have 7 different teams who have won an NCAA title here in the field. That is actually every NCAA title ever won in the field. On the women's bowling side, only around since 2004. So, but every single year since then, that champion, or that school, I should say, represented in the field this week. Nebraska leading the way as a 5-time champion. The Maryland Eastern Shore with 3. Fairleigh Dickinson, a pair of national titles to go along with Stephen F. Austin, Vanderbilt, Sam Houston State, and McHenry. Each with 1 banner hanging from their ceiling.
Last year, McHenry, as you mentioned, winning NCAA title and ITC. And the men's program there, pretty solid as well. They had a chance at making some history. Brian and Shannon O'Keefe doing some big things since joining the coaching staff at McHenry just a few years back. So some of these schools focus, they have the women's program primarily. Others with the women being NCAA and the men participating in the USBC Collegiate division. A little bit more challenging for schools like Nebraska, going way back to the start of women's NCAA bowling. But it seems McHenry able to balance it all out pretty well and develop talent. You mentioned the number of players on a collegiate roster. Some schools have as many as 20 or 30 players. That way you can develop the younger talent, or some of the players that maybe just need a little bit of coaching to get to that next level. Some events you can go to, you can take an A team and a B team, but really, it's about developing the next group of players to step in as your seniors graduate. Of course, the stronger you are, top to bottom, then you can use that to your advantage in the recruiting process. And that's how you build a dynasty.
A dynasty. I like it. Louisiana Tech looking to build the stepping stones towards that. They're going to add a few more pins onto their lead, at least one. Against the Vanderbilt Commodores. Maryland Eastern Shore finishes with 179. They're at 528 now. Prairie View A&M looking to add one more strike, get to 201 here. Our host this week. This is Caitlin Dickerson. Looking to finish out the 10th frame with all 3 of them. All 10 back, great shot there, 201. 576 to 528. Nearly a 50-pin advantage for the Panthers. .3610 left to shoot at for Maria from Vanderbilt. Gets a little bit too much of the 3-pin, 157. Louisiana Tech's going to hold a 575-517 advantage heading into game number 4. So again, this will conclude our coverage of today's action after we finish up these final 2 games of match number 5, but be sure to keep a lookout on bowl.com for a recap of today's Baker action. Also keep an eye on the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, as well as at USBC on Twitter for more updates. Not only for tonight, but throughout the week. Throughout the weekend, I should say. Big thanks to everyone for joining us here throughout the day. We appreciate those of you who fought through some technical difficulties as we attempted to figure those out. And hopefully good to go the rest of the way out here in Arlington, Texas. Of course, a big shout out to head coach Glenn White of Prairie View A&M, our tournament host. Him and his crew always do a fantastic job putting together an awesome event for these student athletes. Staff here at the ITRC, Rod Ross, Lou Marquez, Nick Harishny. 3 good dudes right there who make sure we're all good to go. Stephen Padilla, our NCAA official this week. And a special shout out to Emil Williams Jr. for helping us with the live stream as we fought through some issues earlier today. Now, Matt, Louisiana Tech is a younger program. Kind of, they've gotten some good players, some good recruits to come in. Talked about Caitlin and Ashley a little bit, some of their successes. But they kind of had a big win. And, you know, we don't follow too closely NCAA throughout the year as far as wins, losses, but when we're having some trouble, they ended up beating Nebraska over here on 11-12, and with 2 games to go, have a chance to do the same to Vanderbilt. What do you think for a younger program, taking home 2 wins like that means to their confidence just moving forward, not only throughout this season, but kind of helping build that school moving into the future?
Always good for the confidence, of course, when you can take down a powerhouse team, a proven team. Louisiana Tech in the December poll coming in at number 19. So first you got to break into the top 25 and then the top 20 and then work your way up. And, you know, when you're ready to be the best, that means you have to beat the best. It's the honest cliche. So you're able to prove that you can beat those teams. Of course, that's going to help improve your ranking in the next poll as you know, it may not get you right away into the championship event, but you keep doing it. It helps your confidence. The more you do it, the better you feel out there. And all of those teams have done the same. You know, they didn't just come into existence as contenders necessarily. And then by beating those teams, you're able to sell your program to the recruits a little bit better. You know, when you're able to say that, you know, you've performed well against the Nebraskas and the McKendrys and the Vanderbilts, that certainly helps. And then you get the top players coming your way, and then you continue to get better. You can see here, this 40-foot oil pattern now. We are so late in the day. This is game 24 of 25, so a lot of traffic. The ball really starting to hook early for some of these players, so the migration for the right-handers has been steady. Move to the left, maybe go to a weaker ball first. But these are all things that, as you get more comfortable out here, just understanding the formats and how the lanes transition, that also helps you get stronger. So you'll have confidence in your ability to see the moves and make the moves. And then, of course, beating the top teams is going to help as well.
Back-to-back splits for Vanderbilt after the quick start, 3 in a row.
Louisiana Tech making spares this game, just 1 strike through 5 frames. 3 spares, looking to make it 4 here. And that's the difference. Keep the ball in play, make your spares, and especially on these tough conditions, you're going to do well. If you can shoot 190, 200 consistently, you're in pretty good shape.
See head coach Louisiana Tech, Matt Nantis, red shirt there, talking to his team at the halfway point. Trying to get them fired up, get one game closer to another W. 2-2 on the day for the Bulldogs. Looking to end on the right side of 500. Consecutive miscues there for the Commodores. Bulldogs just doing what they need to do right now, filling frames, keeping the pressure on. Up nearly 60 pins heading into this game.
Well, Vanderbilt, last year's runner-up, looking for a little redemption here in 2018. 3rd after 4 matches based on pinfall. Just having a rough game here on lane 9. And Louisiana Tech taking advantage. Prairie View also stepping up here in front of the Bowl TV cameras. Trying to take down Maryland Eastern Shore.
That was a big shot there in the 9th frame by Lindsay Paredes. Hope I'm saying that right. Setting it up before Caitlin Dickerson, who's been pretty lined up here. Unable to get the 10 out, though, to kick off the 10th. Maryland Eastern Shore will have a chance to get a few pins back here. Get the first one in the 10th. There's Danielle August, junior from Hawaii. Kicking off the 9th frame. Celeste Johnson from Maryland Eastern Shore makes it a double for the Hawks. Get to 221 this game. Head coach Kayla Bandy has not been afraid to shuffle her lineup today. The matches we've seen players moved all around, and that's another thing I'm sure in the training program throughout the season is getting players used and comfortable to bowling in different spots in the lineup. Knowing you can rely on a player to make a quality shot for their team, whether they're in that leadoff position to kind of set the pace and kind of be the first one to see what's going on a particular lane for a particular game, or knowing you can have confidence in a player stepping up in the 10th frame in order to deliver a big shot when you need it. Nice 2-10. Make this a 10-pin match. Prairie View holding the edge by 1 mark. So we head into the deciding game. For Prairie View, I'm going to imagine they're going to not let the Hawks get comfortable there on 12, excuse me. Especially after shooting 170 in the past game on 11. Want to see something different. Shot 201, I believe, in game 3 over on lane 12. So that's going to be the case.
Always nice to end the day with a little momentum. So both of these teams, as you mentioned, 10 pins apart coming into the final game. And then tomorrow we shift gears into 5 traditional games starting at approximately 10:30 Eastern, 9:30 here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Vanderbilt is going to make up a little bit of ground here. Get to 192 this game.
It's a big double for Vanderbilt there in the 8th and 9th. And Louisiana Tech unable to strike here in the back half of this game, but as you said, we'll have the advantage going into the final game, and big opportunity for a confidence boost for sure to beat one of the only 2 teams to have won this event, Vanderbilt, and also a past national champion. So Louisiana Tech trying to establish itself as a top program one step at a time.
Early miscues from both teams on 11 and 12. Going to be 751 to 708, 43 pin advantage for the Bulldogs of Louisiana Tech.
All right, so the Prairie View advantage quickly disappearing now. As the Hawks 3 out of 4 in the final game, and it looks like a pair of opens through 3 frames for Prairie View. Now final game about to get underway here, Louisiana Tech and Vanderbilt on 9 and 10.
Great shots there from Alexandra Hernandez and Danielle August to set up Jalessa Johnson. Bolin in the 5 spot. Does what you need to do in that spot. No doubt, all 10 back. Can Prairie View get something going here? Before this gets into trouble. The Hawks wasting no time. Jacqueline Rhoda making it 2 for 2 this game. Maryland Eastern Shore in 7th place, 1-3.
Aaron, we've seen over the years these ladies programs kind of go in cycles a little bit. You know, obviously Nebraska, the type of team that's always in the mix, but others seem to have come and gone a little bit over the years, had some strong years, and then as players move on and graduate, you know, have to reestablish things. Seen some great players come through, some of those national titles, and then those teams now trying to find that stride once again. Just looking around at Fairleigh Dickinson bowling very well this game, a couple pairs away. Some prominent names from FDU past, Danielle McEwen, Alicia Curran spent some time there before going to Wichita State. You know, and again, just it's a cycle.
And that goes with, you know, with most collegiate programs, obviously, you know, well, if we look at the collegiate football spectrum, you know, there's always going to be your Alabamas out there, if you will. Obviously a dominant program, Nick Saban, always putting a team that's going to compete for a national title out there. And yeah, you definitely got to feel that, you know, Nebraska has proven itself. Bill Straub has been doing his thing out there for many years now. Paul Klempa, strong coaching staff, and the Nebraska way has certainly gotten the job done over the years. But yeah, they're definitely definitely some contenders up and coming who look like they're ready to kind of move up to that level. And then, as you mentioned, some teams who have kind of gone through the ebb and flow of whether it's recruiting, whether it's, you know, as you mentioned, players and classes move on. Obviously, you only got your 4 years.
It's a big decision, you know, when it's time to go to college. Do you want to be, you know, a contributor on a talented team that's established and has a good tradition, or do you want to go and be the top dog and be the leader, you know, as a youngster? So, you know, in the hopes that perhaps you can help, you know, elevate that program. So it's a tough one for sure. I mean, you want to go to where there's proven success, or do you want to go and be a pioneer? Not an actual pioneer.
I was going to say, we actually have pioneers here in Sacred Heart this week, so. How about this comeback here from Maryland Eastern Shore? Bided their time, got lined up, got to the right part of the lane, right ball in their hands, and together an impressive finish here. Just not enough steam at the end for Prairie View A&M.
Again, 12 very talented teams here, very talented coaching staffs. But for Maryland Eastern Shore, the team with 2 coaches who have been in these shoes before. They have bowled collegiately in women's bowling and found great success. And you know, who better to know exactly what the players are going through out there from start to finish.
That's a big opportunity for Vanderbilt, or a big opportunity for Vanderbilt in the 5th frame there. put together a double and start chipping away at the lead of Louisiana Tech, but the always tricky 2-7-8 left standing pair of opens, actually 3 opens, excuse me, for Louisiana Tech. Through 5 frames. So very big spare opportunity here. Just like that, this becomes a mark difference. Impressive finish, Hawks of Maryland Eastern Shore. 246 to get to 984. That's going to be a winner. Oh. Sends the 2 around the 7, unable to convert. They've gained 23 pins. And that 43 pin advantage. Could have been a few more though. Back-to-back splits for the Commodores. See if Jordan Newham can make a run here. Nice shot there by Sarah McCormick, senior for Louisiana Tech, in the 7th frame. Adele Warner for Vanderbilt looking to get him back on the right track. That needs to hustle. No washout. But no strike either. Oh. Kendall Hickman, pretty good shot there. Rough result with the 6-8. .984 to 936, the official final tally. Maryland Eastern Shore over Prairie View A&M. Our match on 9 and 10, definitely not over. Coming down to the 4 5 bowlers in the lineup. Caitlin Eder from Louisiana Tech gonna try to get things going. That checked a little early, 6-10. Freshman Samantha Gaynor for Vanderbilt. Leaning on the 4, does not get it. Woo. Just enough. Tristan Qua will be stepping up next for Vanderbilt in the 9th frame. They can max out at 195. Louisiana Tech has 163 out there. 163 would be enough to win. They are making it tough on themselves. 310 from Ashley Chanel. Oh, big shot.
Well, this is what you want as any kind of athlete. You want to be able to step up and deliver for your team. And of course, in bowling, it is the anchor bowler's job. You want to give that player a chance to get the job done. And that is exactly what is happening here on lanes 9 and 10 at the ITRC. It's not the championship stage just yet, but certainly a good opportunity to learn in those moments. So max score here for Louisiana Tech, 151. Vandy still can get to 195.
Quick math would say if Maria can throw all 3 in the 10th, they would shut out Louisiana Tech regardless of what Ashley did on her fill ball. 903 to 902. First things first. Does not strike, and this match is going to go to Louisiana Tech.
All right, so a learning moment for the Vandy team. 150 finish for Louisiana Tech, 901. So we saw late in the day here for some of the teams, the lanes, the transition, a little bit challenging.
They got a little squirrely out there.
And ball, you definitely can see it hook early. So now it's a matter of what can you do to get the ball through the front part of the lane. Pretty much every player setting the ball down pretty early, so the oil in the head's burning up. Time to look at today's notes, regroup, come back tomorrow, 10:30 Eastern. Back at it, 5 traditional games. New format, new strategy. Final shot coming up here for Vanderbilt. Last shot of the day across the house.
And the fill ball always strikes. 901 to 883, Louisiana Tech takes the win over Vanderbilt. To wrap things up here on Bowl TV and for day 1 at the 2018 Prairie View A&M Invitational at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. We're going to wait for some results here, and be sure to check out bowl.com a little bit later tonight for a full recap of everything from day number 1. Of course, the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter as well for more information. Day 2 coming up tomorrow. Don't you worry, we'll be here.
That will conclude today's competition. As a reminder, athletes, please place all equipment back in the paddock area.
We'll be on the air starting.
Also, a quick reminder, tomorrow morning practice will begin at 9 a.m.
We'll be starting our live stream with our 5 traditional games for tomorrow, approximately 10:30 a.m. Eastern, 9:30 local time here in the DFW area. So, Mr. Canizaro, I'll let you take it away as gracefully as you always do.
All right, folks, thanks for tuning in once again. We had a fun day here, to say the least, at the ITRC. More action tomorrow and concluding Sunday. We'll have a recap for you coming up here in just a few minutes on bowl.com, as well as final standings for all 12 teams. Total pinfall carries forward to tomorrow's traditional games, and we'll be back at it for some more NCAA collegiate action. For Aaron Smith, this is Matt Canizaro. That is the news for now, and we'll see you on the lanes.